are so evil, mad as hell. We won't take it no more. So if you're down, stand up. Come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? The revolution gonna make you pay for your lies, and it shouldn't be a surprise if you're living life with open eyes. Mad as hell. We won't take it no more. So if you're down, stand up. Come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? The revolution gonna make you pay for your lies, and it shouldn't be a surprise if you're living life with open eyes. Mad as hell, we won't take it no more. So if you're down, stand up. Come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? The revolution gonna make you pay for your lies, and it shouldn't be a surprise if you're living life with open eyes. Tagaw unsa finuizu ay sumena mamalaw Sankadulio un buleyazo i-intention mo di manaw corazón no tumatangis Purhagu neni Iguinay zakunu hagu Til matulay ka Sa haguha Solo una clase etuzania imanya mo fagaga una logi I corazón no tumatangis pur haguneni Iguinay zakunu hagu til matulay ka sa haguha solo
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I've lost everything to you. He said he's done touch something new, and it's breaking my heart. You leaving, baby, I'm grieving. And if you wanna leave, take good nice things out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad everywhere. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. It's hard to get by, just a bonus, my girl. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. I always remember you like a child, girl. No one's seen a lot of what the world can do, and he's picking my heart in two. 'Cause I never wanna see you sad, girl. Don't be a bad girl. If you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice things out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad everywhere. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. It's hard to get by, and just a bonus, my girl. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. I don't remember you like a child, girl. Seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two. 'Cause I never wanna see you sad, girl. Don't be a bad girl. If you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice things out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad everywhere. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. It's hard to get by, just a bonus, my girl. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. I always remember you like a child, girl.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Rosinha uli die sombranza maak et zo ita saluda antes de nega radzaudzan malak estrezas durante em todo memu a nogue distância como cupo Pablo Zaniman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata Aguigui pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fado Ogitamoru Puritanota Kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Todo y tiempo y paz para kita Dan gini langit na bendición Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon corazón tan imasfiku nani nasinyahu ufresin maisatu para proteger tan defendi hinengi cultura lenguaje airi hano Tanitano tamoru yes Tanitano tamoru yes Ile shaku la 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 It's the who what fit my ihilo Tani Biblia Ibandera Ngohon yes 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 Ibandera Ngohon yeah Soku, kinini mastakalo, ikurason ten imasfiku, nani nasinyaku, ufresin maisatu, para by protei, ten defendi, hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Tamoru, yes. Tanitano Tamoru, yes. Ni ile shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 It's the who, what with my ihilo. Tani Biblia Ibandera Ngohon yes 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 Ibandera Ngohon yeah.
He's all right. All right, let's go. 6:20. Good. Morning, Guam. Good morning, Guam.
Woohoo!
Good morning. What a beautiful morning it is out there. Wow.
I forgot to start the timer.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. That's good. We don't have to time every morning. Good morning,
Let's
Sabrina.
let your record
Good
stand
morning.
for yesterday for at least a few days.
Just a few days, yeah.
Let's let Joe DiMaggio's 56 game hitting streak, percolate for a few seasons.
Right, let it percolate. Let it marinate.
Marinate, thank
Hey,
you.
6:21, Tuesday, November 10th. Good morning, Viva Montes! Tuesday! Because it's almost like a Friday, because tomorrow's a holiday. Right?
What are you guys doing out there to honor our beloved veterans?
Staying home.
Yeah, please.
It's easy this year. Just stay home. That's all you got to do.
I'm sure all the veterans would say, please stay home.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir. Morning, Jay.
Nice salute from Joe. Very appropriate.
What a beautiful morning out there as you see the pinks and the blues in full play. Sunrise or sunsets? I don't know. Why do you have to choose? I like sunrise, though, because it's a little more exclusive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've always been team sunset. We've talked about this before. I've always said, when we were doing normal shows and when we had KUM News Extra and we had guests come into the studio, I said multiple times, I was like, it was every time we get like a new set of Salvation Army, the commanders.
Right.
I've always said, welcome to Guam and we're happy to have you. We hope you enjoy the food, and we have, hands down, the best sunsets in the world. I will stake my reputation on it.
And our sunrise is not too shabby either. Thing I like about sunrise is you got to get up early. You got to work for it. Sunset, you're already, I'm already here. A present here, and it just happens. Sunrise, it's like you got to commit to it.
Not a morning guy. Ironically, Mr. Morning Show.
Whoa, good morning. What's up, guys?
Wow. Well, we have a beautiful morning over here. Sabrina's brother, Pat. So, good morning, Pat.
All right,
saying
Pat.
Good morning and afternoon from Vegas. So, what's up, Sin City?
Pat, a.k.a. our Trader Joe's Connect.
He's saying, please be safe. It's cold outside, so please stay warm. Yeah, how cold does it get in Vegas?
Hey, Pat, it gets really cold when you lose.
Yeah, I think it was 60 when I talked to them over the weekend. So.
Wow.
60.
That's refreshing.
Which on Guam is like Siberia level.
Yeah, 60's like deep freeze Isle of Payless. Do you need your mittens? So good morning. Yeah, I got to start saying good morning to your bro because he's our Trader Joe's guy. That was Trader Joe's, right?
Yeah, it was Trader Joe's.
Bree video called him from Trader Joe's and I was like, hey, could you go 2 aisles down right there? Those organic free range. They do like, how Trader Joe's does like the healthy version of the unhealthy stuff? So they do like a healthy version of hot Cheetos.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's organic. And no 8-year-old's fingernails are broken when they made it.
Okay, there's something that Trader Joe's makes. They're called, my sister actually sent me a care package, so shout out to Stacey.
Oh, nice. We heard about that.
I gave you guys.
You heard about that, right? There was something about Jay had got a care package, and he was like, hey, I got a care package. He's like, no, I'm going to bring it in. Anyways.
And then I brought in, and we got like those little, the peanut butter infused sticks with the raspberry jelly.
It was good. Yeah, one thing.
Yeah, one thing is pretty good.
But
good thing there was a lot of those sticks in there for us to split.
They're called Fruz balls, though. They're like these little organic, like energy, like they're protein energy balls, and you can have like Nutella and peanut butter, or
There was Nutella. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Did you bring that one in?
I may have had a couple.
Okay. Yeah.
Before I passed it.
That's why that explains his energy level.
The empty wrapper kind of had something to do with it.
Yep, energy balls. That's your new nickname.
Energy balls.
Wow.
625. Good morning to everybody on KUAM
DM
TV.
me on Instagram. I'm Energy Balls. Yeah, that's going to go over well.
It is. This is the link on the breeze. We're KUAM FM in Aguigui, Guam. To our viewers on Facebook Live, good morning. We have Angelica Owen Lanyog Hoffaday from Universal City, Texas.
Nice. I got one from Heather Penaflor, some place we've never had a shout out from.
Wow.
Hoffaday from beautiful Ramstein Air Base.
You gotta say it like Ramstein.
Wow. Oh, remember Du hast.
Yeah, Ramstein was it like a metal industrial?
Yeah, they're still around actually, and they do like shock rock stuff, but they're performance artists.
Burn Flora is still shaking off her birthday celebration. Hoffaday, good morning, buenas tauta Guan, tauta Lagu, tauta KAM. Chris, Bree, Jason, Nestor, hope you all have a great day. Be safe, you too.
Gene Cepeda writes, Hoffaday from Lacey, Washington. Too cold already.
Oy.
Wow. Lonnie Frame Singh Tyron writes, good morning, KUAM family. Chris, is there any way you can get a number that works for applying for a marriage license? Thank you. Yeah, try 311.
Well, we've actually got the person who could probably answer that coming up later on in the show.
What else we got here? Emma Fernando Alalia writes, good morning to you all. Have a great day. Gene Cepeda, again, too cold already in Lacey, Washington. Annie Bonds, good morning, Guam from Killeen, Texas.
Nice. Fort Hood. Lots of Guamanians stationed out there.
You in a hood or what?
Chris Aguigui, I'll be working tomorrow. Port Strong operations. Hi,
Port
Chris.
Strong.
Right on. Ken Guerrero, good morning, KUAM.
Robert Ferna Conception. Buenas, guys. Happy Veterans Day.
All right.
Jerry Shee writes, good morning. Uncle John Lastimosa writes, good morning, Chris and gang. Good morning, Uncle John. Chris Cave, good morning. Gene Camacho, buenas from Piga Machanao.
I got one from Elizabeth Martinez who says, half a day from Santa Maria in California. I don't know where Santa Maria is, but...
It's near Vandenberg Air Force Base.
Oh, okay, so Northern California.
Yeah, I used to go there a lot.
Nice. Okay, but...
I bet a lot of Chamorros go there just because it's called Santa Maria.
But Elizabeth actually puts a sunflower emoji and then the actual sun emoji. So big Mr. Sun, Mr. Sun.
Is that
sun,
a daisy?
Mr. Gold, and so on.
There's a daisy emoji.
Is that a daisy? Okay, I know.
So, yeah.
I got the sunflower and then the daisy and then the coconut tree and then Mr. Sun. So thank
Angelica writes, it's 2:24 p.m. Monday, Chamorro Standard Time. Girl, you're still in yesterday? We'd been there, done that already. 6:27, the show is proudly brought to you by Dial Rentone, the Thrive Coalition, Carrier, IT&E, and Calvo Enterprises. Burger King as well will be presenting our Cover Me segment this morning. Myra Sakayan writes, good morning, KUAM team from Harmon. Angelica also chiming in, we're close to Randolph Air Force Base. Bree nodding her head. She's been around that area.
Nice. Yeah, I've actually known some people that were stationed at Vandenberg.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the bases. So good morning. It's 6:28. We've got, again, a huge show for you guys this morning. There was a video message sent out from the governor yesterday. It's pretty interesting. We're definitely going to be talking about that this morning. We're going to play it, and then we'll kind of try and unpack it for you. Jeannie Salas writes off today from San Leandro, California. It's 39 degrees here. I miss my Guam beautiful island weather. Stay safe. Stay blessed. 39 degrees.
That's cold.
That's a little bit cold, yeah.
You know, the first day I went out to Washington State, I remember I hung out with some Guam guys and everything, some guys from FD, some guys from, at the time, Inarahan High School, and they were like, hey guys, dude, it's 62 degrees today. That's what it's projected to be.
Oh my God!
Get your shorts and dude, we're going to play beach volleyball. I was like, 62 degrees? Are you freaking kidding me?
What?
But that's warm. I never got used to that.
62 degrees are like, let's go to the beach.
Yeah, I will admit though, when we go to my grandparents' house in Connecticut on summers and everything, seeing your own breath is like really, really cool.
Cool, yeah, I know.
I love the cold weather though.
You do?
Not me. I would rather sweat than freeze.
I do.
I don't like
I'm
that.
not necessarily fond of ice storms. Been through that or.
What about snow and having your fingers be numb from the
snow
cold?
is pretty, but driving in it is,
How is hail?
It's a COVID.
Yeah.
How you guys got a lot of hail?
What the hail?
Oh, yeah, that hail and then the damage to your car from the hail.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
I tell you, it's awful. What about snow? Have you ever, I remember a childhood memory playing in the snow. I think we're in Virginia. It was freaking snow everywhere. Playing in it, and the mittens, the gloves, they get wet, and then your hands get numb.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to pee, but you can't undo your pants because your hands are numb. So
I think I know where this is going.
Some kids, they just let it go. Let it go.
That's not what they meant by frozen.
The warmth of that. Yeah.
I've never done that.
Oh, you haven't lived until you've done that. It's 6:30, guys.
I think
so
I can pass.
Some aspects of life I can, ignorance is bliss.
Hey, you gotta live a full life, guys. We got Davini Shimizu from Rev and Tax coming on. So if you guys have your Rev and Tax questions, you go ahead and put them in there on the feed here at Facebook Live. Also, today would have been Giving Tuesday, right? No, I don't know.
No, I think
it's after Black Friday.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm gonna get reamed for this.
It's the second Tuesday of November.
Yeah,
Just kidding. Of course, it's the Tuesday after Black Friday. Hello, we do it every year, guys. Come on, Jay. It's the Tuesday after Black Friday.
Sure, nice cover up.
Yeah, but we're doing it big this year, as big as you can in the COVID. All right.
Unfortunately, your mask did not cover the upper part of your face to see you blushing right now.
Man. Oh wait, Chris Aguigui writes, "I miss all that weather. I really miss Oklahoma. I miss my Oklahomians." My Oklahomies.
Is
Yeah,
that what
he
they
knows
did? They
my
say
family.
Oklahomies? I've never heard that.
Well, if they haven't, we should make some T-shirts,
Seriously.
Oklahomies.
right?
You've got your Oklahomies, your Ohios, your
What else, Jay?
Florida. Help me out here, guys.
Nah, you're on your own. It's all
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
go ahead.
Or your Minnesota. That one was a stretch.
Minnesota Prim.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So, and also coming up here, we've got Mark Scott from the Guam Guard. There's a flag raising ceremony at 8, so we're going to get him at 7:30. Try and ask him some questions and find out what's going on there, and then let him go on his way. And then there was something that we reported last night. I know it was on Facebook for a while. There's a missing man, and so his mom, Melanie, is coming on to talk about her son, Michael, who's been reported missing. And it's just all over Facebook, and so we kind of want to just get more info from Melanie.
Yeah, once we got the information from the Guam Police Department,
Right.
who asked us to post it, that's when we posted the story last night.
And just really hope everything's okay. You know, I watch a lot of these documentaries, and too many of these cases start with a family missing a loved one, but they can't report a missing until a certain amount of time goes by, and I think that's kind of what happened. Then we get Dr. Hoa, the Physicians Advisory Group Chairman, 8:05, to talk about this big press conference they had yesterday with Black Construction.
312.
Out of a workforce, what, of 500?
500. Yeah.
That's insane.
And the index case was a
Local
local worker.
Skilled worker,
Yeah.
right. And so these are H2s. Most of them are H2s that came in from the Philippines. And some interesting comments made at that press conference about the containment of this cluster. And then also we're getting Robert Celestial from Pacific Area Radiation Survivors, Bree.
Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors.
PARS. I always thought that was the strangest acronym for a group that's about radiation survivors.
Bar. When's the meeting? Bars.
So when I bring him on, I got to be careful not to be like, hey, we got Robert Celestial from PARS. And then the Thrive Coalition. We're getting Nadine Songani on to talk about COVID testing that they're doing and just COVID awareness for the FAS and FSM community. And then I was able to go and vote in the runoff election yesterday. I was one of the first batches after the Manumco Hour. I tried to get in a Manumco Hour, but I know I'm old, but thank God I ain't that old yet.
Soon, my friend.
Go
Soon.
ahead, Jay. Go ahead. You want to say something?
No, I was going to say soon.
Right.
We'll all be there.
So I went over to Guam Election Commission at GCIC building, and I was able to cast my vote in this runoff election for Washington delegate. So we'll do that and share that with you guys here on The Link, The Breeze.
And real quickly, we do have a geography lesson from our good friend Sean Gumatautau, always a member of the KUM family. He goes, speaking of San Leandro, that's where I grew up. And my college girls, his two daughters, Alahas and Amara, they live now. He's also a 1989 graduate of San Leandro High School. I know Sean actually grew up in Bakersfield, but I didn't know San Leandro was that close. Nice. Thanks, Sean.
All right. You ready? Let's go ahead and get the show started here at 6:35. This is the Tuesday, November 10th episode of The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Again, it's proudly brought to you by Dal Rentone, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, Burger King, the Thrive Coalition, and Carrier at 647, Cool at 635, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off today, according to the latest Joint Information Center report released around 2 o'clock this morning, out of 958 samples taken between Friday last week and Sunday, 240 returned positive for COVID-19. Of the cases, 135 were identified through contact tracing, and clusters in congregating living settings were identified. 7 reported recent travel from the U.S. mainland and were identified in quarantine. Guam's current COVID case count is 5,473 people that have been infected with the virus since March. There have been 90 deaths. 1,729 people are actively fighting coronavirus, while more than 3,600 people have recovered. A total of 75 COVID patients are hospitalized. 70 of them are GMH. 15 are receiving ICU level of care there, and 11 are on a ventilator. At GRMC, there is 1 COVID patient, and at Naval Hospital, there are 4 COVID patients, 3 in ICU, 2 on a ventilator. With more news, here is Peter Santos.
Afade, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. More than 300 H2 workers at Black Construction have tested positive for the COVID virus. The company held a joint news conference with Public Health today to announce that its entire foreign labor workforce is now under quarantine. Officials also explained current efforts to contain the infections. Here's more.
The company's medical advisor, Dr. Hoa Wen, says they believe the first case was a local worker who tested positive about 2 weeks ago. Over the weekend, more than 500 H2 laborers were tested and 312 came back positive. Black Construction Senior Vice President and General Manager Leonard Ka'ai.
What we've done at the recommendation of Dr. Nguyen is we've identified specific people that need to be isolated, and we're isolating anywhere from 4 to 6 individuals per room who are basically positive, and so we're able to isolate them on one barracks on the second floor.
Most of the workers remain asymptomatic, although one was said to be hospitalized. Ka'ai sought to reassure the public that since the pandemic started in March, the H2 workers have been very restricted in their movement, so community spread from them is not likely.
They're allowed to go to work and come back to the barracks and not receive any visitors and not leave the barracks. So since then, these H2s have been locked down. We have 24/7 security with utilizing G4S, and we've notified all of our neighbors of the current situation. So we keep a close eye on these H2s. So to answer your question specifically, no one is allowed to leave the barracks.
Public Health Director Art San Augustine is encouraging similar transparency from all companies.
It's really what we're asking all the private businesses to engage with us. Should you have a positive, we're here to work with you. We're here to move our island forward, and so that we too, as a community, can move forward collectively.
Several hundred more people still need to be tested out of a total of 1,300 personnel, including employees, subcontractors, and vendors. Black, which is the primary contractor for several multi-million-dollar projects, has ceased operations until it can clear all the workers.
Another employee has tested positive for COVID at the Port Authority of Guam. This brings the total of positive cases at the port to 20 employees. Port General Manager Rory Respicio says 13 port employees have been identified as potentially exposed and will be tested today. Out of the 20 employees with positive cases at the port, 17 of them have returned to regular work status. Sadly, the Port Strong family is still mourning the loss of one of their own, Henry St. Nicholas, who passed away last week. Respicio says they are consistently deep cleaning and sanitizing and are doing everything to keep their employees and tenants safe. Public safety officials, including police, firefighters, and corrections officers, work under more stressful conditions than other government workers and should get different consideration for their retirement plan. Senator Jose Pito Terlahi has introduced a bill authorizing $75,000 to conduct a study on enhanced benefits. The legislation states that public safety officers live an average of 6 years less, and one of the purposes is to allow them to retire at an earlier age. Fire Service Specialist A.T. St. Nicholas testified in support of the bill.
Undermining the other government of Guam employees from different agencies. But because of the stress that's put on all law enforcement, we have to do something as far as retirement because of the work we do. We've seen people with medical ailments in this department, also besides having heart conditions, diabetes, hypertension, and all other illnesses. Okay, but it has a factor when we start performing our duty. Okay, regardless of what, we still have to respond.
The study will also review the fiscal impact to the retirement fund of allowing additional employee contributions by peace officers to allow for earlier retirement ages without penalty. The deadline for the study is within 10 days of the end of the fiscal year 2021, which would be by January 10th. That's all the news for now. We'll see you at 6.
Six more GDOE employees have tested positive for COVID. These cases were identified at Weddingale Elementary School and Jose Rios Middle School, with 2 cases each identified at Finagayan Elementary School and Agata Johnston Middle School. 3 of these cases were identified through contact tracing efforts. There's new phone numbers for the GovGuam isolation facility. COVID patients in need of urgent isolation can now call public health directly for transport to the isolation facility. You can call the following numbers from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Call 311 option 1, and then from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. call 998-4512. That is 998-4512. Governor Lilian Guerrero says we have reached a critical point in our fight against COVID and the state of our island is still fragile, but she issued a call to action yesterday that could pave the way for a much better celebration of the upcoming holiday season. Nestor Lecanto reports.
I am calling on each of you to strive for 5.
In a special message on social media, the governor explained that 5 is the COVID area risk score that we need to get to. The CAR score measures such things as the incidence of new cases, how well the testing is able to identify these cases, and the rate of spread. Currently, our CAR score is 9.8, almost double where she wants us to be.
If we achieve a CAR score of 5 or less for the next few weeks, then I will be inclined to lift additional social gathering restrictions.
So far, mitigation has included deploying a rapid engagement team in high-risk areas, working with FSM leaders in helping that hard-hit community, an increase in testing to an average of 600 a day, messaging to focus on inter-household and workplace spread, and an increase in public awareness of deaths and hospital overflow. But the governor says if we want to enjoy a better holiday season, everyone needs to do their part.
We all want to go back to normal, but we must be able to demonstrate with concrete actions that we are responsible, we are accountable, we are willing to contribute to this fight. If we achieve this goal as soon as possible and sustain it through Thanksgiving, then we can experience some semblance of normalcy during the Christmas season and beyond.
But a CAR score of 5 does not mean we'll be out of the woods yet. She says to fully suppress the virus, we need to be at 2.5 or less, where we were back in summer.
The Guam Police Department is seeking help from the community in locating 27-year-old Michael Jose Castro. It was on Sunday, November 8th, when his mother filed a missing persons complaint. Michael was last seen on October 29th and was seen operating a beige 2013 Lexus bearing Guam license plate number BR2703. If you or anyone has information about Michael's whereabouts, please call GPD at 472-8911 or 475-8615. Information can also be submitted anonymously at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris are at work today as they begin to put in place the people and policies needed to take over the reins of the government on January 20th. Skylar Henry reports.
President-elect Joe Biden received a briefing from his newly named Coronavirus Advisory Board. And then he addressed the news Pfizer's COVID vaccine has been successful and is on pace for approval this year.
It's clear that this vaccine, even if approved, will not be widely available for many months yet to come.
Mr. Biden called for Americans to unite following the contentious election in the name of public health.
It doesn't matter your party, your point of view. We could save tens of thousands of lives if everyone would just wear a mask for the next few months.
CBS News has learned the Biden administration will have a series of executive orders ready to sign on day one. The orders are expected to rescind a travel ban on several Muslim-majority countries, reinstate the DACA program, and rejoin the World Health Organization and Paris Climate Agreement. However, the government agency that helps start the formal transition process has yet to sign the letter needed to provide office space and funding. GSA Administrator Emily Murphy, a President Trump appointee, says the election has not yet been decided. President Trump is currently not planning to concede the race. He is mounting challenges in the courts and the court of public opinion. CBS News has confirmed the Trump campaign plans to file more lawsuits. The president plans to publish obituaries for people who allegedly voted but are dead.
They've been losing every case that has been brought post-election. The Trump campaign has. And so it does appear it might be more of a PR stunt than it is an actual cohesive legal theory.
Supporters held rallies this weekend, claiming the election is being stolen from President Trump. Skyler Henry, CBS News, the White House.
President Donald Trump, in the meantime, announced on Twitter that he has terminated Defense Secretary Mark Esper, replaced by Christopher Miller, director of the National Counterterrorism Center. The announcement came about 5 months after he and his Pentagon chief had a public break over how to handle civil unrest in American cities. Trump tweeted, "Mark Esper has been terminated. I would like to thank him for his service." A Defense Department spokesperson declined to comment and referred comment to the White House. Bill 417 goes up for a public hearing today. The legislation introduced by Senator Kelly Marsh Taitano would establish the Guam Intra-Regional Commerce Commission. According to the senator, the bill would capitalize on Guam's lengthy history of reciprocal intra-regional relationships, which has been part of the region's traditional approach to surviving and thriving within the Mariana Islands, Southeast Asia, and Micronesia. The bill would help ensure that Guam can build off these historical and contemporary relationships, which have expanded access to resources, built up economies, disseminated knowledge, skills, and traditions, and ensured survival in the face of a range of natural and other challenges. Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes, Senator Will Castro, and Senator Jocelyn Augustine are co-sponsors. That hearing is scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. Also going up for a public hearing at 9 a.m. is Bill 299. The legislation aims to update fees, impoundment, licensure requirements, and mandating microchips for licensed pets. According to the bill, no person shall own a pet unless it is registered and licensed with the Department of Agriculture, implanted with a pet identifier microchip by a licensed veterinarian that shall be registered in a pet registry or controlled database. Bill 299 also states that a pet license shall be required for a pet to be released after a treatment from a veterinary hospital. If that hospital provides treatment for a pet that has not been licensed, the hospital shall not release the pet without notifying the Department of Agriculture and licensing the pet with the agency. Failure to comply shall result in a $500 fine to the veterinary hospital. Again, Bill 299 and Bill 417 go up for a public hearing at 9 o'clock this morning. And finally, just a reminder that in-office voting is underway at the Guam Election Commission office in Gagnon between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. No appointments are necessary. Masks are mandatory. Bring an ID and a black pen. For more information, go to gec.guam.gov. That's your news. Stay tuned to the link for more after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafa day, Bree and Jason and Chris. Hafa day, Guam.
Good morning.
How are you?
We're Tuesdaying.
Yeah, you know, I wanted to share something that I learned about I guess the COVID condition and some things to watch out for. Do you mind if I share that? You know, I actually had a family member recently who was tested positive for COVID, quite a young person, and actually ended up having to be hospitalized. And one thing that, you know, was shared with me with regards to, you know, people who are COVID positive, and as you watch your, I guess, you know, how you feel, is to watch your oxygen levels. And so, you know, and I'd actually shared this after I learned about it. I shared it with some of my family, even in the States also, and some of the people that I knew who had tested positive locally. But it's to watch your oxygen levels. And, you know, I'm not from public health, but what I was advised of was that, you know, if your oxygen levels hit about 90%, that you really need to get to the hospital. And so one of the items that, you know, probably at this time we should be adding to our home first aid kits is an oximeter. And I believe you could get them at pharmacies or you could get it on Amazon.com. But I wanted to share that because I think that that's something that's not widely, you know, known. The oximeter, yes, it's Jason was point. It's that little that little contraption when you go to your doctor's office and they put it on your finger, it like clamps onto your finger, and you could see your oxygen levels. And, I think it's something that's simple that you could purchase and doesn't cost a whole lot of money, but probably for people now is something that's important to maybe invest in that, could help save lives. So I've actually shared this information with some people I know. Two of them were actually admitted after I shared that with them. So
Wow.
I wanted to share that with you, because I thought that was important information.
Thank you. Now I feel like we got to take a break, and I got to go run out and get an oximeter. You're making me paranoid, Daph.
No, I mean, not to make anybody paranoid, but I know, most especially for people who test positive and when you don't feel well and you're wondering, I actually was on the phone with somebody a few weeks ago and they were like, do I go to the hospital? Do I need to get into call the ambulance? What do I do? And good thing they did have an oximeter with them. They were able to check their oxygen levels. Their oxygen levels was actually below 90.
Wow.
So, they went straight to the hospital and they were admitted. So again, I know, Lillian for Posadas from GMH, and I know our public health people, definitely provide a lot of information, but these little tidbits of information for lay people like me really help, because I don't know, for our family and friends who may be suffering and not know what to look out for, that 90% was something that I shared with a few people. And like I said, the two people that I shared with who are family and friends, they actually ended up getting admitted, one person here locally and one person stateside. So I thought, that might be good information to share with our listeners, just some practical information, just like the 15 minutes and the 6 feet, for, again, lay people like me, that's something that I thought was good to share. It's easy to remember. And, again, where we think that we might not be able to check our oxygen levels because we're not doctors and we don't have all the equipment. Actually, I was advised you could get those little oximeters at the pharmacies down the street.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
it has nothing to do with revenue tax, but I
That's
always
fine.
appreciate.
Thank you. I know you care.
No, and again, on the practical side, from a layperson, I hope that this is able to help people, because it did actually help a couple people that I know.
Right. Yeah. That's one of the things they tell you to look out for when you are COVID positive is shortness of breath. I mean, that's the one where it could just turn you so quick and land you in the hospital.
Right.
So good advice, Daphne.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, so now to go to revenue tax.
Anyway.
No, again, this public health emergency with 90 people dying, and even I think when you Google the case rates across the nation, I know that Guam is high up there. So any bit of information we could get to our community that people will be able to understand easily is going to be helpful.
Right.
But with regards to revenue tax news, as you know, we've been processing Aduti and Mangafa payments or applications. We did 2 weeks ago pay out a little bit over $170,000 to our people, and we did not process payments last week. We're targeting to process payments this week. That $170,000 in payments was for about 300 applications. As of last week, we'd received a little bit over 1,100 applications. And I'm happy to say that about 65% of those applications were actually submitted online. And so we had over 700 people actually get online and file. So, I really highly suggest that for those individuals who have not yet filed, the deadline is November 12th. That's just 2 days from now. There is no extension on that deadline. That deadline is set by the law. So if you qualify, meaning that you have a dependent child who is ages 17 to 23 and in college, or if you have a disabled dependent of any age, then those are the basic qualifying criteria. Of course, in addition to the fact that you did not already receive an EIP payment. So Aduti Mangafa, we're going to continue to process. We actually, by law, have until March 31 to 2020 to pay those out, but we're doing our best to try to pay them out as soon as possible, and we're going to continue to process. Again, we've had about 1,100 applications for that, and I want to say kudos to our team for working on that, especially during this public health emergency, in addition to everything else we're trying to work on.
Right. We're getting a lot of comments here, Daph, about the phones and people wanting to make appointments for vehicle transfers. Been trying to make an appointment or by email or calling for the last 3 weeks. What's the deal with that? Is it just you guys are just flooded with people?
It's, and actually before I talk with you guys, I try to write up the different topics that I think are very important to hit on. And that was actually my number 3 item. I know there's a lot of people, people who I know as well, friends and family, who have been trying to contact us by email and by phone. I know it's been challenging. We've actually had to add more people to the email, I guess, to be recipients for certain email addresses, the general ones, so that there's not just one person, because the volume of emails that we get has been very high. We've also been trying to monitor our phone calls as much as possible and allocate, people to in our different areas to be answering the phones. But I do know it's challenging. I try calling myself as well to just, to check to see how things are going. But we're doing our best. I also, when people are not able to get one branch, they may call another. And all of our branches are really working hard to try to answer phones and emails. I know it's been challenging, but that's something we're working to address. I'm hoping that even in the last week or so that people have seen some improvement, because we've actually, again, we're working to deliberately, make sure that we're constantly monitoring the phones. Sometimes what happens is, and we may be on a phone call when the phones are ringing, and people may actually hear it, that the phones behind us are ringing as we're on the phone. But we're continuing to try. It's not perfect, and we're doing our best to also find alternative solutions to being able to make sure that we get to those calls and emails as soon as possible. But if you have emailed, I know if you could, and you haven't heard back in a few days, I do suggest you go ahead and email again. I've actually heard from people who have emailed a few times, and again, we do try to get to you as soon as possible.
How many people do you have assigned answering the phones?
Well, we have about 20 branches, Sabrina. And in each of our branches, we actually have people who are assigned to answer phones. So like in director's office, we have, and actually if you look at our volumes, and also if you get onto our website, you'll see what our phone numbers are. So, driver's license has, I believe, a couple of people that are assigned, because they're kind of a large volume, they get a large volume of calls. I know vehicle registration also has people who are assigned. So each of our branches does try to allocate, at least one person who's either by the phone or trying to answer, and as well as the same time service. As you know, we do still operate by appointment. So we're still servicing customers, although not by walk-in, but we still have, quite a few people who are coming into our office. The other day I was calling the team, and they also couldn't answer me because of, we had several appointments, yesterday. So it is challenging even at times for me to get through. But, I think in terms of, trying to get back to people, we are doing our best. And we're going to continue to improve. We have some ideas about how we can, perhaps allocate more people to perhaps be just dedicated to answering the phones. Our call center, actually, people, they actually don't just serve as call center. They have dual purposes. So it's not like we're able to just dedicate people, but we're working on a potential solution, and I hope to get that launched. And if we're able to get some of the equipment that we need, we'll hopefully be able to launch that within the next few weeks. So that's something exciting. I know my team has been following up with me, and also I've been working with the Office of Technology to identify some equipment so that we can, perhaps in a different area in our building or in a different site, work to have people who are just dedicated to answering phones. And so that's something that we're looking forward to in the next few weeks, hopefully.
Everyone's asking, what's the magic phone number? There's always that one, when you call GovGuam agency, there's always that one number that works. Is there a one number, Daph, or do they just check the website?
Our director's office is 635-1779. Of course, we always give our customer center numbers, which is 635-1809, 1-840-41-4257. All of our numbers are active that we're giving to the public. Again, sometimes it's just difficult for us to get to them. And we do understand, and frankly, I want to just say thank you, of course, to the community, because, for being patient, but, as well, we are trying. And, if you could just, continue to call and send emails, we'll do our best to get back to you. I know it's challenging. I know so many people are, in need of the services that we have. And so, we're going to thank everybody for continuing to be patient and persistent so that we can also work to help you.
We had another comment, Daph, about the tax. When will our tax be released? My family needs it. I know many others can relate. That's from Emmy.
Okay, so in terms of income tax refunds, we did make large payment of income tax refunds, I think, a few weeks ago in October 15 or around that time, so that way we could pay through the April 15th deadline. And we're continuing to pay refunds on a weekly basis. So, I think in terms of refund payments, we've been pretty consistent in working to get those out. And of course, as you know, our team has been working to make sure we process refunds so that we could get them out to our people as soon as possible. So, you can always check our website for the status of our refunds. If you have a question because you have not received a refund, but you think you should have, then again, if you could contact us either by email at pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov or by phone, if you're able to contact us, 635-1840-4142-57 and 09.
We do have someone on here asking about messages that they leave. Has anybody checked the messages? And because some people have still been waiting for a response.
Yes, and thanks so much, Sabrina, for that question, because you know what, especially as we've been receiving a lot of reports about issues with calls and also our voicemails boxes getting full. We've revisited that and made sure that people know how to access voicemails and that we're checking them and clearing them. That's something that, our team, we've talked about, and we're trying to do our best to make sure we get back to. And so, yes, our voicemail messages, if some of our phones are not capable, or the voicemail is not set up, but for those that are set up, they should be fine to leave a message, and our team should be checking those.
What about the EIP stimulus? I know that when we had you on, it was a previous time, you said that you guys had until December to finish paying that out?
Right. So how the EIP works is what people are receiving right now is an advance on a credit. So for those people who have filed their income tax returns, their Forms 1040 already, and their Forms EIP and F, those are, it's an advance credit, so you're receiving in advance of filing a return. And so the advance credit you will be able to get until December 31. But for the advance credit, we do have a deadline for the EIP non-filers. You have to file your tax return by November 21. Your EIP form by November 21. For those filers who filed by the due date or the extended due date, which is October 15, that's the deadline for the Forms 1040. So if you filed your 1040 by October 15 and you qualify, or your EIP NF form by November 21 and you're eligible, then we're working to make payments on those forms by December 31. For people who may not have qualified for some reason, or maybe didn't file their return, but qualify with their 2020 return, they'll be able to get that when they file their 2020 return. So, even if you don't receive your EIP payment in 2020, if you qualify when you file your 2020 return and it's in 2021, you'll be able to get that credit on your return, which is different again now because we're doing it as an advance. As of last week, we've paid out over 82,000 EIP program payments, and that's about $144 million. And so we're at about 96% of the monies that we've received from the U.S. Treasury of about $150 million. That's how much has been paid out so far. And again, we're going to continue to pay these out through the end of the year for the advance portion. And then when we get into 2021, for those people who file their 2020 tax returns, they'll also be able to avail of and receive the benefit if they've not already done so.
Kind of a random question, Daph, but I got a WhatsApp. Does Reventax garnish people's paychecks for taxes owed?
We garnish paychecks? Actually, to explain how the garnishments that work, we garnish tax refunds for, of course, for for GMH bills, the outstanding bills, and also for child support. Those files we receive from the AG's office, and we don't even know who is on the list or who's on the file. That's actually completely dictated by the agency. And again, for GMH outstanding bills and for child support, we receive the files from the agency. Those get uploaded when we do a check run, and then the garnishments are done. So in terms of the garnishments, if they're referring to garnishments of refunds, yes, those are done and those are allowed by law.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. What else did you want to update us on, Def? I feel like you had some things written down.
No, well, so you know what? I just again want to just say thank you to all of you. I know we've been working on some of probably the most problem area that we have, or the highest volume of calls that we get is for driver's license. We're doing our best to address the issue of driver's license. We suggest and highly recommend for people to please work to renew their driver's licenses through mail as much as possible. We do have a form for that. You can renew or get a replacement by mail. You can also get your permit. If you've passed your written exam, you could get your permit by mail. You can also convert your intermediate to full license by mail. And so we're really highly recommending that. And also back in September, we began to receive new applications for business licenses. This is the first time that we're, that during, I guess, like a PCOR 1 situation that we were doing so, and we're working to try to get out new business licenses, because even during this public health emergency, there actually have been people who are trying to open up businesses. We're working to try to refine that process. It's been taking a bit of time, but I can assure the public and the community that DRT is going to work to process those. I'm following it very closely. We've actually issued some new business licenses, I'm proud to say, during this public health emergency. Wow. And even during the time that we're not open to the public for walk-in services. So, we're going to continue to strive to serve our community the best that we can, and we're continuing to revisit our services to identify those areas where we can make improvements, because, obviously, I believe that, we're just going to have to learn how to live with this new normal, right, and try to figure out how to be as functional as possible while weighing out the health and safety of our people.
I had another WhatsApp. Why is Reventax assessing late fees for filing of business license renewal when the delay is on the part of DRT?
Okay, so if there's an assessment of a late fee, and as you know, we have issued our volumes 1 through 8. We haven't issued another volume in a while because we continue to be in the same PCOR level status for about a month or so. So if there is a late fee and you believe that the late fee is due to the public health emergency, then that's something that can be worked in terms of consideration. That's something that can be given, but you'll have to provide your request and advise. We did provide deadlines though, so for those individuals who may not have met a deadline, that perhaps could be the reason, but I don't know that specific person's situation. So I highly suggest that they contact our team and that they discuss that with them, because again, it's difficult to say without knowing that specific person's situation, but as long as they met the deadlines as indicated in our volumes, they should be fine. And if not, then that's something, of course, that we can work to discuss. So we can again, our charge is collections and enforcement, but of course, we recognize the need, most especially at this time, for compassion for our people, and we're trying to balance that out as we work to make sure that we follow our mandates.
Well, thank you, Daphne, for your time.
Just saying thanks.
Yeah.
Hagumas, Sijus Masi, thank you so much, Sabrina and Chris and Jason. It's always such a pleasure to have the opportunity to be with you guys. So have a great day.
You too. Actually, we have. I'm sorry because it's my week to make the virtual snacks for the Zoom room, and I have. See where this goes. I have virtual mana tatijas, and I have individual packets of butter. So if you want to take some of the butter, please do. Okay.
Well, you know what? As long as it's like 0 calories, I'm fine with taking it.
Well,
and
it's virtual.
Delicious.
Yeah, it's virtual. It's low to no calories.
Actually, Daph, I got a question for you because Chris made virtual mana tatijas. I would have just bet money, and I'm not a wagering guy, but I see you as like a corn tortillas person. Are you more team corn, team flour, or team mana?
Okay, so my mom and my aunt always would make mana tortillas, so I'm very impartial. I'm partial to mana, and with lots of butter.
Yeah.
So, I'm from the South. We like our mana. We like our coconut.
Yep.
I'm an island girl.
Good call, Chris.
Sorry, we didn't grow corn in Maritza.
Well, we take care of our friends here on the link. And happy to make your day that way.
Thanks, so I'm looking forward to actually having the actual non-virtual version from Chris one day.
Yeah.
We'll take care of you.
Esther.
Bye.
Have a great day.
I'm gonna go get my oximeter today.
Yes. that was a really good tip, Ira. And that is not the first time on this show that somebody's mentioned that, because remember, it was like, 2 weeks ago, I think Dr. Felix Cabrera just anecdotally threw out, he's like, you know what you might want to do? It's like $15. Run over to your pharmacy when it's safe to do so. Grab an oximeter. It's a great investment.
Right on. Yeah. I guess we're putting that on our to-do list today. Hey, it's 7:17. We're going to find out more about KUAM and the Care Force and Giving a Tuesday. But first, we got to take a break on this Tuesday, November 10th edition episode of The Link on the Breeze, 93.9, we're KUAM FM in Gagnon, Guam. Good morning, Guam.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Peredo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Peredo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
We have just one voice representing us in Congress, one person to advocate for all of our needs and tell Guam's story to the nation. That's why I'm running to be Guam's next delegate to Congress, to serve as the kind of representative you deserve. But what does a vote for me guarantee? It's a vote for someone who can tell the Guam story, our sacrifices, our struggles, and our triumphs, and why we matter to America. It's a vote for competency in securing more resources from the federal government, not as a handout, but because we are vital to the country. It's a vote for trustworthiness. Integrity and trust are not optional when representing you. They are required. I thank you for allowing me to serve Guam before, and I humbly ask you for your vote again. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Tuesday, November 10th. Good morning. Let's head over to the KUAM News Zoom room, shall we? Where we have some familiar faces. I don't know why they just didn't come into the office.
Social distancing.
Right. At 7:23, of course, we're talking about Giving Tuesday, and we have Marie Calvo-Monge, Christy San Augustine, and Betty Ann Guerrero wearing their KUAM Care Force hats here for Giving Tuesday, which is we always go hard. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but we always go hard on Giving Tuesday. So this year, definitely feeling some type of way about COVID. And I was going through the Giving Tuesday Instagram last night, guys, and it's just been so amazing, the outpouring of support from just all of our different Giving Tuesday partners. And that's something that we're definitely thinking about this year and something that we're working hard to replicate, right? So let's kind of talk about how we're doing Giving Tuesday in our own way during this pandemic.
Yeah, well, Giving Tuesday is kind of our baby here at KUAM. It really, as cliche as it sounds, it gives us an opportunity to kind of kick off the season of giving and kind of rally together and feel good about giving back. With everything that's happened this year, it's very unique in that the need is greater than ever, but we have so many limitations as to what we can do. So we've kind of been behind the scenes trying to craft together a plan to still make it happen. Historically and globally, Giving Tuesday is the first Tuesday after I don't know what it's going to be like this year, but what is Black Friday. And so this year it falls on December 1st. And so we have been working on some different ways that we can still be involved in a safe way, but still, answers the call to the great need in our community. And we're also, as ambassadors of the Giving Tuesday program for Guam, I think Christy and Betty can talk more about, there's over 180 different global leaders that come together and plan in their respective communities, but then we share on the global scale. I think that, we really are just trying to generate the buzz for Giving Tuesday. So everybody, whether they be an individual or a company or an organization, can come together and do something, anything for this special day. And we can really, put Guam on the map once again with our efforts to give back to the community.
How important was it, Christy, to put Giving Tuesday together and not let it be just one of these other things that COVID takes away from us?
I'm sorry, what was that, Chris? Sorry.
How important is it to do Giving Tuesday this year and not let it be one of those things that COVID takes away from us?
Gosh, I honestly, as Marie said, it's been really trying, but I think, already just right off the bat, we're going to be feeding our vets, this year with the help of West Care and UOG. I think it's their recruits, I believe, and I think that's already an awesome, giving back, and we're also, working on putting some care packages together for our frontliners and also our Manumco for St. Dominic's, which we usually do our annual caroling, but unfortunately because of COVID, we're unable to do that.
Man, that's too bad, because I've really been working on my singing this year. I was like, this was the year.
I know we have additional, talents that have come on board with us.
We got a lot of musicians working here now.
Yeah. So
I mean, who knows? Maybe we could work out something where we could do it virtually.
Right, I'm thinking virtual or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has to be. Yeah.
Yep.
Betty Ann, let's talk about the. I'm just laughing because she was like, "Do not ask me a question."
She's great.
Ooh, boy.
You're gonna get it.
I'm gonna get it later. No, but Betty, every year we do this, right? And just talk about the feeling, the responses that we get from our Giving Tuesday partners when you make the ask. I mean, no matter how hard the economy is or whatever, they're just always there. What's that like?
It's very overwhelming and it puts a smile on our faces, and it makes us feel like what we're doing matters. Giving back to the community. I can't explain how when you go and you're feeding someone or you're giving a donation to an organization, the smiles on their faces, it's just priceless, and it makes me happy.
No, you're right, Betty. I mean, every time we do anything, like Chris has gone to, like for example, Mount Carmel School.
Right.
The outpouring of support from those kids, you can't help but leave or be there in that moment and cry or shed a tear. And the same thing like at St. Dominic's.
Yeah.
And I think
just
that's
thinking about it.
Yeah, and that's the kind of feeling we want everybody to experience,
Right.
especially during this time.
Having you guys here, or everyone in the room, in the studio right now, Chris, Bree, Jason, Joser, everybody in the company comes together. And I know, it is going to be a lot different this year. I know Chris and Bree, what we usually do is we call it our Giving Tuesday Marathon, and everybody's detailed to a different activity. Right. But I know your baby has been Mount Carmel and going to and Southern High and hitting up Southern schools and working with the kids and they, I've never been there myself. I've done other things, but what you guys film and document, it brings tears to your eyes. Yeah. And I think that it really has a great impact, and Giving Tuesday Global took notice. And, with Christy and Betty on this call, I just want to commend them because every year, we just do it to do it, right? But last year, before COVID, everything happened, we were identified by Global Giving Tuesday, and they invited Guam to be a member of this organization, and specifically KUAM, with our, just recognizing our efforts, because we've participated I think I've worked with you guys for over 20 years, and we always do things during the season of giving. But I think when we identified our big day as Giving Tuesday like 6 years ago, it's just part of KUAM and who we are. Yeah,
I think one thing that's cool is, when we first started doing it, obviously there's a lot of shaking the tree that goes on. When I put out the ask to Mount Carmel, Mike Phillips and the gang down at Mount Carmel, they were more than happy to do it. Second year, even Miss Angel at Southern High, she's just been so instrumental. And what I think is really cool is the first couple years, I'm calling, hey, we're doing Giving Tuesday again. Can we count you guys in? A third year on to last year, they're calling me. Mount Carmel's calling, hey, we're doing the toy drive. We already got donations going. Miss Angel Southern High, we've been bringing in the canned goods. So I just think that's just, it just becomes habit, and it's so ingrained in our culture to give back, to help those, less fortunate. And I just love that it's the kids, we had, Mount Carmel, they have elementary kids, middle school kids, Southern High School, we've got the older kids. But to see them just, take ownership of this and to give back. And, man, I grew up poor, going into Mount Carmel and just seeing how these kids are, and some of them are just giving up their own Christmas presents just to donate it to, the Giving Tuesday. And I walk in there, and it's like they get the whole school, and we get like a hero's welcome it. And it's just so funny to me because we're not the heroes, the kids are, you know what I mean? For them to do this just every year. And the challenge every year is how do we get a vehicle big enough to carry all these donations? It's crazy.
Yeah. I got a story I want to share, guys, because real quick, last year when we did Giving Tuesday, part of the team that I was on, we went up to Atacao Elementary School, and we went over there, and, we brought, Chris said, we had one company vehicle, so we had this big van, and then we had two of us that have SUVs. And we drove over there, and then the staff and faculty, they had these, the little dollies, and they brought out, rack after rack after rack of canned goods and, and cards that the kids made. And the kids actually wanted to come out, too, and say, they were like, we wanted to do this because we know we're helping take care of our community. And the teachers were even saying, these are kids that come from families that really don't have a lot themselves, and they're aware of that. But they also realized that they said they want to take care of people who have it worse than them or people that have it the same as them because they know that people are taking care of them too. These are like second and third graders that have that level of awareness and social responsibility. It's amazing.
And this year too, the need is greater because of COVID, right? 35,000 people unemployed, without a job, so many people receiving, or the homelessness. We've spoken with Catholic Social Services, and they've said that there's new people who are homeless, people who need food, Salvation Army, they need help and they need donations. And so, we're just hoping that for anybody that's listening or watching, if you can help, please help.
There's, and again, it's all a call to action for everybody to do their own thing or plan their own thing. But I think what we've been doing and what we want to really promote today, and you guys are involved in a big way, is our on Giving Tuesday, we're going to do, as you know, which is another great part of working here. We typically at this time of year, we'd already be starting our can drive. and our non-perishable item drive, and then we immediately go into our toy drive. Because we can't allow traffic in and out of the office. I mean, look at us, we're at home talking to you guys virtually. What we're doing is a donation drive-through. And I don't know if you read the memo or the release, but we're gonna ask you guys to step a few steps out of the studio that day and do your show on location in our parking lot, invite it so that we have, instead of a span of weeks to donate, we're going to try to get as many people through our parking lot to donate safely, curbside donation of toys, gifts, and non-perishable food items for the Salvation Army. And they're going to try to fill their van in the span of that one day. Right. Like Chris said, we have musicians, so we can put our PA system and safely distance to have music while they wait in the car. I'm sure you guys could come up with other fun stuff, but that is what we want to do and what we're going to do, and it's rain or shine. We're just going to have a safe, socially distanced party/donation drive in the span of one day.
Right, and that is scheduled for Tuesday, December 1st.
All right, I got the memo now.
Yeah, 7 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
For the things before, today is the 21-day kickoff.
Right.
And as Christy mentioned, there's some other things going on. I know Betty is really spearheading the care package drive with Christy, and then there's the Meals for Veterans, so they can talk a little bit about that. But the donation drive-through is our big Giving Tuesday event this year.
All right. Well, thank you guys, and we'll see you in a few.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Betty, let's get you back on to do a one-on-one interview about 21 days.
Sure.
Maybe do a countdown, right? Thanks, Marie. Thanks, Christy. I know. Thank you, Betty.
And good morning.
Okay, bye, guys.
All right. There you go.
And if anybody wants to find out exactly what we're doing with Giving Tuesday, and more importantly, how you can get involved in helping us fulfill our mission of making sure that we take care of our island all the way from Jigo to Umatic and everything, we want to help as many Guamanians as we can. Just check us out. We put the link inside our comment stream right now. Or you can go to your browser. Just go to KUAM.com/Giving Tuesday. We have all the details, and we would love for you to be part of something that we have really come to know and look forward to and really cherish as a KUAM tradition. So thank you, everybody, for your help.
Thank you, Jason. Let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where, I don't know, I'm thinking Mark Scott, Guam Guard, PIO, could pull some camouflage strings, and maybe we could get the guard involved. And that's an ask, Mark. We'll see.
Camouflage
what we got.
strings. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark Scott, Guam Guard, PIO. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Bree. Good morning, Jason, Joe, sir, and Team Manhattan Tejas. How are you all?
Don't forget the butter on your way out.
Hey, that's more flour for me, man.
Right. Mark, so we wanted to bring you in.
As you can see, I don't eat really that many carbs, obviously.
Yeah, really carb free, and okay, we'll go with that. We just brought you on to get an update, guard operation. So we'll give you the floor. Just tell us what's the latest and what's going on with the guard, and you guys are rolling the COVID response.
Yeah, business as usual, Chris and Bree. We still have our different task forces doing their things. We have the task force response still helping with the public testing up in Peredo. We have our medics inside GMH helping out with the COVID care unit. Our engineers recently put up some tents. That's probably one of the most recent things is we have some Blue Med tents. And those are like field hospital type tents with negative pressure to keep it sanitary. They have 2 of those at GRMC and 1 at GMH. And of course, we still have Task Force Shield, which is in the quarantine facility at the Dusit Beach and the Dusit Tani. So what we're looking forward to, Chris, in the next month or so is called a retrograde. This mission was always intended to expire. The military isn't really a permanent option. It's just a support role until the civil authorities can regain their traction. So with an expiration date of December 31st, we're starting the process of backward planning to hand this mission over to the civil authorities. And you can see that in some of the things we're doing, like when we put up those tents, we had public works on hand to train them how to inventory it, how to assemble, disassemble it. So when we go, there's continuity and it can be taken over by the civil authority. So those are the kinds of things we're doing right now. In about 20 minutes, you can feel free, please, everyone, to join us on Facebook. Guam National Guard will be putting up a POW MIA flag in support of that support of that initiative. So that's what we got going on this morning. And thank you for letting me plug that.
What happens if we're not ready to handle this on our own without the National Guard's help? And
Yeah,
the
so we're
numbers
looking at those options too. That's a great question, Bree. There are options with requests to extend yet again. There are options to go on state-funded, state active duty, which we have folks looking at cost together with the governor's office. So there are backup plans, yes, but we still have to make our preparations in case our mission does expire. So while we still train and while we still get ready to retrograde, we have to be prepared to also hand it over.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yes, we're looking at different options for that too, Bree.
I saw something about the return or the deployment of troops. The Adjutant General released a video. Welcomes home deployed troops. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. Just this past Friday, we had 26 soldiers and airmen return from a deployment. They were over in Arizona on a southwest border mission, which is to help Customs and Border Protection, CBP, down there on the southwest border. Some were there for 6 months and some were there for a year, but they're back now. And the reason the tag said that video message is just because, out of abundance of caution, they're in the quarantine facility. Mm-hmm. And for us all to reduce the amount of contact with each other, we decided to greet them digitally. So that's the message that you saw, was a welcome home from our tag while staying safe at the same time.
Wow. Mark, has there been any ask or any movement on assisting Department of Corrections with their staff shortages and everything that's going on there in terms of the virus?
You know what? I just asked that this morning when I woke up because I heard about it. I heard your show last week, and it looks like we have not seen an RFA. We have not gotten a request for assistance. But if it does, if we receive that, then it'll go through the same procedures, which I haven't memorized yet, of going through the governor's office and Homeland and FEMA and all those things, just like every other request for assistance.
Mm-hmm. Is there any updates on whether any additional Guards member have tested positive for COVID? Do you have any final or new numbers?
Yeah, let me bring that up on my phone. Sorry, I'm also using it here. The last number that I have, this is from our task force medical. Scrolling. 6 active cases is the last I got. And that was a little over a week ago. So yes, to answer your question, we do have some active cases and they are all in home quarantine. They've all been contact traced and there have been no additional infections as a result of them. So we're trying our best, Bree, just like everyone else, to try to keep a lid on it as best we can, but it is what it is.
Yeah. How many total Guard have been infected with the COVID?
Yeah, that's a tough one, Bree. You know what? I'm gonna have to either message you back when I can go find that out. I can even put it in the comments under this link on your Facebook page, but I don't have it with me right now.
No problem.
But do me a favor. Let me find that for you, and I'll get you back.
No worries.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. So what's you guys' posture heading into Veterans Day tomorrow, Mark?
Oh, hey, I just got a message from Captain Denise Trogoloff on this phone that we have 0 active cases as of right now.
Oh, good.
So that's an update for you.
Thank you. So,
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, Veterans Day, right? Tomorrow. I know you guys are doing the flag raising ceremony. What else have you guys got going on for this holiday?
We're a little part of the governor's office's online presentation of Veterans Day. We've contributed benedictions and invocations from our chaplains. And we just contributed some like video content for them to be played, like pre-recorded content for them to be played at that online ceremony tomorrow.
Right.
But we're not going to be doing anything in person or anything like that.
Right.
Well, if you want, feel free to shoot over the video content, and we can also share it on our Facebook page.
In support of the troops.
Cool. Yeah, we see those things you guys do. When you pick up some of my releases and you put them out there and honoring the troops, it means a lot to us, and we really do thank you guys for it.
Well, we thank you guys for all you guys are doing.
We're glad you see us,
Awesome.
Mark.
Of course.
All right, anything else, Mark?
That's all I got for now. If you'd be so kind as to let me plug it again, I'm going back on Facebook Live on our Guam National Guard page here in about 10 minutes to have a live stream ceremony of a POW and MIA flag raising ceremony here at our compound. So please feel free to tune in between listening to Chris and Bree. We'd like to have you attend. You're more than welcome.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you guys too.
Okay.
Stay safe.
You
Please
too.
take care.
And thank you
don't
for your
yell at me to wash
service.
my hands.
Okay. Okay. Right. See, hey, there's mana tortillas and butter.
All right, send them to me over Zoom, please.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in the Zoom room right behind you.
Can you include mana tortillas in MREs?
I'm pretty sure there's a way.
I'm going to bring that up to General Aguigui right now.
Right, yeah. You run that up the flagpole, Mark. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
She's another Southern girl. She can make that happen.
Yeah, she'd probably make that. 7:46. Good morning. It's the link on the breeze. We're going to play this message from the governor here. Her video message. Yeah, we do. Wait, do we? Oh, I thought that was it. Yeah.
Why don't we run the in-office voting?
Okay. Yeah. So actually, we'll run this. I think we'll run this in-office voting. Yeah. I was able to go and vote yesterday for the runoff elections, the first day of voting, and I think almost 700 people showed up to vote in the runoff election for Washington delegate to Congress. And when I was there in the morning, it was a little bit, maybe like 11 or so. There were people. There's a steady stream of people coming in, no line. But when I passed by the GEC later in the afternoon, the curbside voting line was long. So people are definitely turning out to vote here in this runoff election. I did it too, and we'll share it more with you here on the link. It's the link on location at the Guam Election Commission. Good morning. Here at the GCIC building in Gagnon, where runoff voting for congressional delegate is already underway. When you come up here to vote, voting's on the 3rd floor. They're going to do a temperature check right outside the building, and so let's go ahead. Check my temperature, see how hot I am.
All right, sir. 95.5.
95.5. Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. And then from here, we're going to go on up to the where?
3rd floor.
3rd floor, okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so the Guam Election Commission does their temperature check outside, and then additional layers of security inside the GCIC building, where they have this place, wrist, or forehead. Okay, here we go. 97.8. Wow, so it's oh, we do the wrist or the, okay, sorry. 97.5. I'm about to put my foot up there. I don't even know where the hell to get scanned here. There's a little hand sanitizer there. The voting in GCIC building, it's going to be done on the 3rd floor, so we're going to get in the elevator and head on up. Okay. Hey, in my opinion on hand sanitizer, the more the merrier. So they actually have some here in the elevator. All right, so go ahead and lather up. Safety first, guys. Yeah, okay. It's deja vu all over again. I feel like we're just here for the primary and the general. Of course, this time, here to vote for the runoff election for Washington delegate to Congress. And just to be clear right off the bat, you can only vote in the runoff election if you are eligible to vote in the general election?
Yes, that is correct. Voters who are eligible in the general election can vote in this runoff election.
All right, because in the few minutes we're sitting here, we did see a couple people come up and think they could just register to vote today to vote in the runoff election.
No, I'm sorry. The rolls are closed for the runoff election.
All right, so tell us a little bit about the process here on the 3rd floor of the GCIC building.
Sure. As the voter comes in, they're going to get into the line. We are only doing walk-ins at the moment. We all ask them to please bring their ID. As you go in, they're going to process you. You're going to fill out your absentee application and your affidavit form. And then as soon as they're done, we'll give you your ballot and you can vote.
All right, so just if you could just run through the hours and what's going to happen on the actual runoff election day too.
Sure. So right now the voting period for the runoff election, it runs Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Saturday from 9 to 4. And then on Monday, November 16th, we're going to be running from 9 to 12 p.m. And then, of course, Tuesday will be election day, where the voters can go out to their respective polling places and cast their ballots there.
All right, so it's runoff election for Washington delegate to Congress. All of the regular polling places will be open, the ones we saw in the general election?
That is correct. Yeah, voting begins from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right, there you go, Tom GEC. Thank you, Air Rock. Way to go. How's this work?
Right now it's scanning to check the card, and we're going to search for your precinct, which right here is 10. 10. So we're going to verify your precinct 10, ballot style 10, and your precinct here on the envelope is 10. Okay. This is the ballot you're going to be operating off of. So it's fairly straightforward. Just touch the candidate that you want. If you want to deselect them, press the candidate again, and then press next. It'll take you to the verification stage, and then you just press print card. Your ballot will print out. You place it into the brown envelope here, and take it to station 3. Okay. Just let me know if you have any questions. I'll be right here.
How often do you guys sanitize this?
After every use.
So can I get it sanitized since you just touched it?
Sure.
Okay, safety first, guys. So I'm using the Express Vote. These are new machines. Like the guy explained, it's all touch screen. Of course, you know, just trying to be safe here with all the touching in this pandemic. Nice. Thank you so much, sir.
Not a problem.
This is pretty much just push button voting.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I just go in and I close the curtain?
Yes, I'll use
All right, thank you. All right, a little bit of a tight squeeze in here. I think I need the double XL curtain. Okay, here we go. So I'm guessing in this express vote, writing in is not an option. And then I will print my card. And now what's happening is they're printing the ballot here. I'll go ahead and open it so you guys can see. Yep, right there, my card has been printed. All right, and then I think I'm gonna place the card into the scanner or ballot box. Okay, so I'm gonna put that in there. Then I'm gonna go over here. It's good to see this level of activity on the first day of this runoff election. Do your part, guys. Get out and vote. And as you can see, they're going to sanitize the station. They do that in between all the voters. Hi. I forgot a pen. You have figures. Oh, okay. Thank you.
One moment.
Yeah, guys, bring your blue pen, by the way.
Or black. No black.
Or black. Yeah, black pens actually is what the machines read the black pens easier. Black pens matter.
There you go.
Thank you. When you get an I voted sticker. Thank you so much, man.
Have a great day.
Viva democracy! All right, so I put that in there. And then I get my I voted sticker. That was easy. In and out in just a few minutes. So get down here to the GCIC building, 3rd floor, Guam Election Commission, and make sure you vote in this runoff election for Washington delegate to Congress. Link out. Delegate to Congress. Link out. All right, again, thank you to the Guam Election Commission staff for, accommodating us and in-office voting. Curbside voting continues at the GCIC building in Gagnon, where they've done their best to make it safe, quick, and easy. And like I said, there was a steady stream of people coming through the office to vote, and the qualifications, you had to have voted in the general or been registered to vote in the general election, to vote in the runoff election for Washington delegate. 7:55, Bree?
Yeah.
Was there something you had?
No.
Oh, okay. We'll take a quick break, and then we're coming back with Melanie Guerrero. I know you guys have seen it all over social media. Her son, Michael, is missing, and so we're going to find out more from Melanie and hopefully get more information out there about Michael and find out how you can help in this. It's just a sad story. So we'll get Melanie on the link next. Again, it's the link on the breeze. We're KUAM-FM in Gagnon, Guam. Good morning.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
We are in the worst economic crisis of our lives. We're in the worst healthcare crisis in 100 years. I've outlined a plan that takes full advantage of the military buildup to make it a local buildup, utilizing our local workers and companies. I've presented a viable plan to create a special immigration zone with the CNMI. It will increase visitor numbers and increase federal support of our crippled tourism industry. I will immediately diversify the economy, utilizing technology and research in areas like aquaculture and information technology and the establishment of mega data centers in Guam. But first, we must get people back to work and more federal pandemic relief funding. We don't need more exaggerated promises from the incumbent. We need honesty and integrity in our delegates' office. I am Robert Underwood, and I humbly ask you for your vote. And I approve this message. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. COVID-19 stats for the day released this morning at 2. Sabrina?
Right. The Joint Information Center, they released their report, as Chris said, at 2 o'clock this morning. Out of 958 samples taken between Friday last week and Sunday, 240 returned positive for COVID-19. 135 cases were identified through contact tracing, and clusters in congregating living settings were identified. 7 cases reported recent travel from the U.S. mainland and were identified in quarantine. Guam's current COVID case count is 5,473 people that have been infected with the virus since March. There have been 90 deaths. 1,729 people are actively fighting coronavirus, while more than 3,600 people have recovered. A total of 75 COVID patients are hospitalized. 70 of them are at GMH. Of that number, 15 are receiving ICU level of care and 11 are on ventilators. At GRMC, there's 1 COVID patient, and at Naval Hospital, there are 4 COVID patients, 3 of them in ICU and 2 on a ventilator.
All right. Again, the show is proudly brought to you by Dal Rentone, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, the Thrive Coalition, and Carrier, as well as Burger King. It's 8 o'clock to our viewers on KUAM TV. There's a whole day of great programming coming up. If you want to jump on and continue with the show, you can do it on our Facebook live feed. It's KUAM News' Facebook. There's also an audio stream, Docomo Channel 10. We're streaming on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. And right here on the radio, the old-fashioned way, traditional, on the breeze, KUAM FM, Aguigui, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios.
Bye.
And we're back here. Again, it's the link on the breeze, 93.9. We go now to the KUAM News Zoom room where it was officially announced, Bree, I think yesterday, was it late yesterday afternoon?
Which?
This missing...
Right, we got the release last night from the Guam Police Department, Paul Tapau.
Right, they're seeking the help from the community in locating 27-year-old Michael Jose Castro. It was on Sunday, November 8th, when his mother filed a missing persons report. Right. Michael was last seen October 29th, operating a beige 2013 Lexus license plate, BR2703. If you or anyone has information about Michael's whereabouts, you're asked to call police dispatchers at 472-8911 or 475-8615 through 17. Again, information can also be submitted anonymously through guam.crimestoppersweb.com. All tip information remains completely confidential, and a cash reward of up to $1,000 could be paid if the information provided leads to an arrest and a grand jury indictment. And we now bring Michael's mom, Melanie Guerrero, up on the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Melanie. Unmute. Melanie, you're going to have to unmute your Zoom mic. Not yet. There's a little microphone symbol. It has a line through it. You just click on that and there you go. All right. Okay. So Melanie, good morning. Can you hear us, Melanie?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Let's just start at the beginning with Michael. So you reported him missing over the weekend. When did you first get the feeling that he wasn't coming home? If you just take us back to the beginning, Melanie.
Well, Michael has his birthday just passed on November 3rd. And it's our family tradition to always be together for birthdays. Michael is 27 years old, but to me, every birthday in our family and my children, it's just a big deal for us to get together because Michael does have 6 other siblings. So we look forward to that every year.
So the last time you saw him was it was October 29th, is that correct?
That's correct. He was actually here in our home outside, cleaning his car. I also have his daughter lives with us. So Michael, he's always here a lot. He visits a lot, and very often in October, it was even more so that he would come around and make it a point to be with his family.
Mm-hmm. And so he was there on the 29th. Do you have any idea? Was he on his way home? What was the last conversation that you had with him? Did he say he was going anywhere after he was leaving your house?
There was a lot of things going on that day, but, it's not unusual that, he's busy and everybody that's here in the household, we're doing our thing. We have some family projects going on at home. And as far as the conversation, Michael and I had so many conversations days leading up to the 29th. So as far as the state of mind on the day that I saw him and leading up to the evening, because he was here around lunchtime until like the evening time. It was the sun was down already, and he just left. He didn't seem an unusual behavior as far as his demeanor, the way he was acting. It was just like a usual day.
I'm pretty sure you tried calling, you tried texting. Did you get any response at all after the 29th?
No, actually, I actually texted him the morning at 9 a.m. Because I had an appointment already scheduled, and I had reached out to him and asked him to come by, or I can drop his daughter, because I had an appointment near where he was at, in the area he was at, staying at. And so I didn't hear from him, but Michael's an adult. So as a mother, you know, sometimes if our child, no matter how old they are, they don't talk to us for one day, we're not too alarmed yet, you know, but as days started to grow, you know, the next day I keep calling him, even the same morning, I'm calling him. It's just voicemail, nothing, you know. So on Saturday, I'm calling again, like all day. Like we actually started to look for him, you know, just drive to where he was at. We didn't see the car there, you know, so we did start to grow concern in the first few days. But again, you know, sometimes Michael does have tendencies of not responding right away sometimes, and it wasn't unusual for the first 2 days until days started to grow. And so a lot of information has been provided by a lot of people that reached out, and that post really helped for me to get information that I needed, you know, in order to, they did find the car already. So there's a lot of things going on right now as far as the investigation, things that really concern me, as far as it's been already over 10 days. Yeah. And so me getting the information just happened, it happened 10 days after, so that would be the 10th. Mm-hmm. So for basic information, because I reached out to the Dedero precinct and no information was available. And looking back now, I find it very concerning as a resident of Guam, and this is our island. We live here, and for basic information not to be known by people that should have the information for you and are trying to help you, they don't have information that's so basic. That would make a big difference in me sending that post out a lot sooner.
Melanie, the car, where was the car found? Yeah. And was it GPD who contacted you about where the location of the car, or was it a friend or a family member?
It was a lot of people that got involved in my Facebook. They reached out to me and actually had given me the information about where the car was found and when it was found. And so finding out how early on it was found, and it was very disturbing to me that I wasn't contacted sooner, which that was a question I asked, you know, like, why did it take you guys 10 days to contact me? And it was only because of that post that the GPD was able to reach out to me. But everything came from the good people, Guam, the island, Facebook, friends, people that I've already reached out to try to find out if they knew where Michael was. So everything was provided because of that post that I had put out there.
Right.
So sometimes, you know, no matter how old our children are, even if they're adults, and we 1-2 days, we can't. I have learned a lesson now that I'm not gonna wait like 48 hours, you know, like to reach out to. Facebook is so available to us, and so many people there are caring, and they want to help you. They want to find out where's Michael. You know, they want to find out. They want to reach out to help you, especially in a small island that we have. It's extremely concerning that there's not enough communication between government agencies that should be available within the departments and the villages that they work with. And so it's concerning to realize that not everybody's informed about what goes on down south. We don't even know. As a matter of fact, the car was found early on, and it was posted on a group chat, and so it never reached any of my family members that knew anybody on that chat. So that was kind of like I was shocked, because a lot of times circulating WhatsApp messages, it seems to reach us when we're not looking for it. But this time around, the person that actually found the car was trying to actually find the owner of the car before calling GPD. So it's something to
Was
look
there
into
anything
as far as like information, you know, like so basic.
What was the condition of the car? What was the condition of the car?
GPD won't tell me. Based on the photos that was sent to me, it was only a picture of the back side of the car. I think because right now there's an investigation going on. It's critical information that they don't want to provide to me, or because I'm Michael's mother, maybe they don't want to share that right now because Michael hasn't been found. So I know right now that actually as we speak, there's a whole task force of GPD people down there where the car was found, and they're doing their best to look into where Michael is at or where he might be. So everybody is keeping an eye out, and I'm so grateful to all those people, all our people that care enough to reach out to me and understand that this is really about all of us, you know. And for such a small mass of land that we have in Guam, like these things we all should be made aware of basic information, like where a car is located when somebody's trying to tell everybody there's a car down here, you know. And so they're trying to get the information out, but it doesn't reach far enough to like up to Peredo, you know. It's like I'm shocked.
Melanie, was there anything significant about the area where the car was found that is, you know, significant to you or your family?
Yeah, actually, based on because Michael and I are very close, you know, he shares a lot of information with me, and I provide him a lot of guidance and direction and advice. So yes, Santa Rita is definitely, I'm aware of some information that I've already provided to the investigators.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Michael?
Michael is pretty determined young man, you know. Actually, we were talking about, he actually went to see an Air Force recruiter very recently, like 2 weeks ago for the Air Force. And they were briefing him and letting him know that, you know, because of the COVID, we can take you in January. And so I was just so happy about that. I mean, some of our family members have been in the Air Force, and I think that was a direction that he wanted to get into and do something good, you know, for our island. And I think mostly just make his mom proud of that he was, you know, headed in a direction that he could feel like he had a good purpose, you know. He has a good purpose, and I'm still hopeful that that can happen for him.
I'm sorry to ask, but has he ever had any run-ins with the law or trouble with the authorities?
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, he's had speeding tickets, and I shared that, and that was something that the recruiter talked to him about. Like, you gotta make sure all those things are taken care of, and it was something that is looking forward to.
You may not have seen him since October 29th, but what about his friends? Have they said when they last saw him or what they were doing or anything like that?
Michael has in that age group, they're very close knit. Michael has so much friends. Everybody that has reached out and I was talking to their other friends, this is a huge group of friends that he has. And they're even, when I talk about the closeness that he has with all his friends, and it's a lot of friends, they are even very aware of what goes on in his personal life, relationships that he has, what is happening in that relationship. That's how close of a friends that he has that have reached out and are very concerned about him. And they know a lot of personal stuff about him. And so that tells me a lot about the way Michael, his character, and how much he cares about his friends. He cares about his family. He cares about things that people that he has relationships with. So that's the kind of person Michael is. He always talks about helping his friends. He always talks about being there for them. He expressed some disappointments when they're not there for him, but Michael is a very loving person. He's very strong-minded. He is very also blunt in the things that he believes in and things that he does. So our family is very...
When was the last time they saw Michael?
On the 29th. Michael was actually here most of the day. He came in, he was looking at the project that we're doing here at home because he was involved in that too. He was talking to his daughter. He was talking to my husband. Nothing was unusual, and I've been asked about what I thought his state of mind was when he was here with us on that Thursday afternoon towards the evening time, and I didn't feel anything unusual, and I didn't notice any body language behavior that would have concerned me. So there wasn't anything to.
I meant his friends. Did his friends see him after the 29th?
There was talk about there was someone that he was with, and so that has been provided to the GPD. He was not alone. I'm hearing that he had been with someone leading up to the 29th, and possibly even the evening that he was out when he left here. So Michael, he wants to have friends around him. He's always with someone, if he's not by himself, he's helping a friend or friends. They're always doing something as far as interacting. So a lot of his friends have talked about when they saw him. There's information that was passed along to GPD as far as him actually being with some people. So all that has been given to the GPD.
What's going through your mind, Melanie? I mean, it sounds like you see your son a lot. You see him frequently. It's been over 10 days.
Yeah. I mean, all I could describe it is it's not even tough. It's more like excruciating, and still putting it lightly, the way I feel like holding up Michael's picture and having to look at his picture instead of seeing my son right in front of me. It's just a feeling that no matter how old your children are, it's like in your eyes, they're still your child. It doesn't matter how old they're an adult or. I'm always very close with every one of my children, adults. I have several adult children already, so I always know where they are. I always know what they're doing, and I wish. I thought we had a good conversation the last few days leading up to the 29th. We had very personal conversations, and that all shows in a phone record message and summary that I provided. You know, we had long talks leading up to him even coming over, but he was coming over a lot, you know, in that week and the month of October. And not that he doesn't come over a lot, but I recollecting back now, I noticed it that like he was really around us so much. And I think he was coming to that realization, like, you know, I want to get ready to leave. And we talked about that and getting himself ready to do that into the military. So I was so hopeful, you know, and he's the kind of child that kind of son that would tell me, you know, like after a really deep conversation, and he knows like I'm concerned and a little uneasy. He always messages me and he always says, "I love you, Ma." You know, it's stuff like that you know, your children, you know, me as a mother, we love her. I love my children unconditionally, but to get that same feeling from Michael, and he makes me feel that way, that, you know, I love you, Mom, and your what you say matters to me. Your advice it matters to me. Things you tell me matter to me, and I think he had a lot to think about, you know, over the course of this pandemic, and just having a lot of realization about the next direction and step in his life. So I'm hopeful that he could still do that. And
Do you think he's still alive, Melanie?
I have to believe that he's still alive. Like, I just don't see like how anything could have happened that would lead to anyone hurting him to that extreme. You know, it takes a lot for somebody to like make that decision to hurt somebody in that way, where I would not, me as a mother and as any other community member, just in the thinking process for anyone to actually hurt someone like Michael. And if they knew him, then it would just be so hard for me to understand how, if you're asking me if he's still alive, I have to believe that, because if any of someone he knew was involved with, if something is wrong with Michael or he's no longer alive, I cannot believe that any of his friends or people that he was affiliated with would actually, knowing who Michael is and the kind of heart he has, that they would actually hurt him. So I have to believe that he is still alive. You know, I have to do that until I actually see it for myself, see him that something is wrong. I'm gonna believe that Michael is still alive, and I have to have hope that he still is, and I'm not gonna give up until we find him.
Do you believe he's being held against his will somewhere, or do you think he's just?
Is there a chance he could have hurt himself?
Like that, I feel you know, every thought goes to your mind about what if he's being held against his will? What if somebody is holding him and they want some money? I don't even. So many thoughts go through your head, you know, like so many. Even for me, I'm just like having flashes of visions, and I don't want to accept those kind of visions, and I don't want to welcome it into my head. I want to believe that Mike was still out there, and I want to keep doing what I can for all the people that have reached out to me, all the people that care about Michael, that shown me that they do care about Michael as a person, and it's I just have to keep going.
Yeah. Well, our prayers are with you and your family.
Thank you so much.
Was there anything else you wanted to say about Michael or anybody in the community? Anybody? You said the car was found in Santa Rita, right?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to say about Michael or to the community? You had mentioned that the car was found in Santa Rita. You don't know the condition of the vehicle or...
Yeah, definitely. I want to thank all the people on Facebook that reached out to me, and definitely Santa Rita Village. There's a lot of people down there that is taking it personally to gather information and have offered their help and efforts to find Michael, and are determined to help me find him. And so Santa Rita Village, thank you so much, and all the people on Facebook that have provided information and have reached out to me and just showing me so much, and my family so much love and support. You know, like, we really need that in this time of uncertainty, that everything that we're going through, and for this to happen in the middle of all that, it just seems like it shouldn't happen. It's not necessary. We're losing so many lives already daily, and like we need to save lives, not like hurt one another. And I don't want to believe that is what has happened. You know, I want to just have hope and continue to have hope for all the people that are trying to help me. You guys reaching out to me, thank you so much. And like all the people that care, you know, about Michael. And I know Michael, you know, like just looking at him, it's like, it's hard for me to look at a picture. You know, every time I look at it, it's I can't even control my emotions and the way I feel just looking at a picture of him, because I want to see my son in front of me. And I know all his friends that care about him are very concerned and are trying to find out what happened to him, and are making those efforts to find out and passing along what they know to me. And I can also assist with the GPD. And I just feel like if I'm not doing something to contribute to my son finding him, then it's almost like, it's for a mother, it's just like you can't breathe, you know, you can't take a breath. You have to be able to like do something and efforts towards, for me, it's finding Michael. You know, right now that is our family's priority, and the people that reached out to me, I'm so grateful that they're taking it personally, that they want to help find him.
Was he a hunter or a fisherman, or did he have any health issues that people should know about?
Yeah, the concern that really concerns me is Michael has asthma, and so his nebulizer, if he doesn't have that, you know, like it scares me. You know, that's very important. He's asthmatic, so I'm worried about that. Other than that, that's it. You know, he's very into being healthy and just trying to stay healthy.
Any relationship issues or anything, ma'am?
Yeah, definitely. He did have a relationship issue with someone, and so you know, I don't want to. People are asking, and I think that should be very private right now. And we just have to go in the direction that I have to trust the law enforcement agency, and I have to trust our people that are helping in this effort to find Michael, and just stay positive for everybody and for the sake of Michael, because I don't, my son, I want this to be about finding him and not hurting anybody. So that's where my head is. I just want this to be, I want Michael to be found. I want it to be a positive thing with all the interactions that I'm getting. I don't want no, like, I'm gonna go look for this person and I'm gonna find out, you know, that kind of attitude. Like, no, I just tell people, you gotta remember that this is about all of us. You know, we're looking for Michael, and this could be your sister, your brother, your auntie. You know, like let's just keep it let's keep it positive. Let's keep it concerning that we're concerned about Michael, and that you can all relate to that. This could be any one of us, and let's just stick together as Guam, you know, and who we really are and where our roots come from. We come from roots that we love our people, we love our family, we love our cousins, we love our friends. Let's spread the love while we try to find Michael, you know. I just want that to be the message, you know, nothing extreme or nothing that promotes any kind of like hatred, because we're at a time like we all have to stick together, and we all have to be here for one another. And there's people that I don't know that reach out to me that are showing so much love and support in this time, and putting their efforts into finding Michael. So that's what I want everybody to do, you know, like let's just be positive. Let's just help each other. And I appreciate all your help and all your energy and all your concerns that you put into like reaching out to me and helping me. You know, that's the most important thing. And that's what we all got to remember. Like if this happens, which happened to one of our colleagues very recently, and she was found, and like, thank God for that. And now, you know, it's like, we have to find Michael, you know, and that's the message that I want out there. Please, let's just find him.
Thank you, Melanie. Our prayers are definitely for you and your family, and for Michael. And keep us posted, okay? You have our number. Let us know what's going on.
Thank you so much, Chris, and your whole team of KUAM. I know there's a lot of people involved, and I appreciate that you reached out to me. You know, thank you so much, and my family thanks you too. And Jason and Sabrina, thank you. And to all your co-workers and people in there that allow me to talk to everyone today. Thank you.
Of course. We're just here to help. Thank you, Melanie. God bless you. God bless Michael.
Thank you.
All right, 8:32. Again, any information at all, Bree? 472-8911. There's also a dispatch number, I believe, and you could leave tips anonymously at guam.crimestoppers.web.
Right. The number for GPD dispatch is 475-8615, 475-8615 through 7. And as you just heard, Michael's car was found in the village of Santa Rita.
We'll be back with more of The Link on The Breeze next.
Catch The Link.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run, so you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Peredo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Peredo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
From the class of 2022.
From the
bottom
of our
hearts,
we
want
to thank
the teachers, the office,
staff,
the custodians, and
all
the faculty for
all
that
they
do to
make
sure that
we go to a school
that's safe,
clean, and where we are properly
taught. We
thank you for
preparing
us for the outside
world where we will embark on our
journeys, ready to face
the world.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
dance hall select rock me, rude girl, dance hall select.
Hey, good morning, 840. The Link on the Breeze, 93.9. It's Tuesday, November 10th. And we now go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, Mr. Robert Celestial. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. How are you? How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay. How have you been?
Well, everybody's doing fine. We're in lockdown, so we're trying to do our best to wash our hands, wear masks, stay home.
Well, I'm glad you reached out. You wanted to come on the show. If you could give us an update on what PARS has been doing over the last several months, and maybe even what's been happening with the group.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, it's very important. It's a very important issue. I just got off the phone this morning at 5 o'clock with Colin Maxson. He's the chief of staff for Senator Crapo from Idaho. And we spoke on the issue for next year on the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. And right now they're waiting for 2 more votes. That's a runoff for the Senate. And that's in January, he said. But right now there's 50 Republicans. So Senator Crapo will reintroduce a bill for Idaho, New Mexico, and Guam. And hopefully, since Congressman Lujan got elected into the Senate in New Mexico, we have 3 Native American women who are in Congress now from New Mexico. And we're reaching out to all 3 of them to introduce a bill in the House. As you know, in August of this year, we had a Zoom meeting with the chairperson of the Judicial Committee, Chairman Jerry Nadler, and he was very hopeful, and he promised that we're going to have a hearing next year in the Judiciary Committee for the next bill that comes up. So 2 bills have to be reintroduced, 1 in the Senate, 1 in the House. I want to let the people of Guam that this coming year is probably the last year of this program. It really ends in 2022, but in 2021 they're going to stop receiving applications for those who might be eligible to receive the compensation. As everybody knows, and just to give a recap, we went before the Senate in 2018 and testified for Guam, and that we were hopeful that it passed it in the Senate. So everything's working out right now. We're working with the staff of the Chairman Jerry Nadler, and we're working with the staff in the Senate. So hopefully everything will work out next year. What this brings, Sabrina and Chris, is that the people of Guam were exposed to high levels of radiation from 1946 to 1962. Even if you extend it even more. However, these are the years that Congress has given us. And the people of Guam for many, many years have been suffering with cancer and other diseases. People like my age and younger, even older, have succumbed to this disease. There are a lot of other issues that people and doctors say that can be attributed to other agencies, that cancer can. However, we went before the National Academies of Science in 2004, and we proved it. The National Academies of Science in 2005 came out with a report stating that the people of Guam are eligible to receive compensation, that they believe that we, the people of Guam during that time period, are eligible to receive this compensation. So we've been fighting for 15 years to get compensated.
I gotta say, Robert, you're right. We've been covering this. I think I've done interviews with you years and years ago, and I remember when there was the blue ribbon panel that was formed, right? And then they came up with a report.
That's correct.
I can't believe we're still, talking about it, and we haven't seen anything finalized. Why do you think that is?
Well, the excuse we have is that they don't have enough money. but I believe what it is that so many other issues keep popping up every time we get close. This time it was for the Supreme Court. Even back then it was for the Supreme Court, and other issues that come up. I believe that next year we have the best chance to get it passed, and that's what we're fighting for. What we really need on Guam and on other territories is a voting Congress. That's what we need. We need a representative in the Senate, and I've been working with the Senate since 2005. And so we've been successful with Idaho downwinders and New Mexico downwinders and the uranium miners from the Navajo Nation. And so we've come out and we worked with Senator Tom Udall, Senator Mike Crapo, and they've been really, they're the ones who put us in the bill. And even Senator-elect Lujan from New Mexico, he got us into the House bill. So we're working with our partners. Tina Cordova is the president for the downwinders from New Mexico. So by advocating for Guam for so many years, we were able to help them with information and help them kind of maneuver when they didn't have the information and we had the information. And so by blessing, they got us into the bill. So hopefully continue working with them and working with the staff even this week. We're hopeful that we'll get both hearings. We don't know if we're going to have a Zoom hearing or go before the committee. And hopefully Jerry Nadler, the chairperson for the Judiciary Committee, he can get it passed through the Judiciary committee. So once that happens, the people of Guam will receive just compensation. It's free medical care for those who have been suffering for so many years, and $150,000. That's the amendment that they're trying to place. Because right now, in the current law, it's only $50,000 plus free medical care. So the people of Guam, we've been waiting for almost 20 years since the last amendment in 2000 with President Clinton, and we qualified even back then, but only the National Academy of Sciences stated that we're eligible in 2005. So that's why we continue to push these issues, because we're eligible. It's just that Congress, I don't know. We really need a vote in the Senate and in the House. And that's what I'm hoping and praying that one day they'll pass that bill and we'll have a representative in the Senate and give us a voting voice. And that's what Guam needs and the other territories.
You've mentioned quite a few different Congress people, but I didn't hear you mention local Congress people. And, have you received any help from them? And like you said, this has been going on, since 2005. This isn't something that just happened last year. So why haven't you mentioned any of our delegates helping? Or have they not?
Over the years, since 2002, when I came out with this issue and working with the late Senator Santos, Senator Pinko, Dr. Chris Harris, Speaker Ben Pangilinan, Speaker Cruz, and now hopefully Speaker Teresa Light. They've been passing resolutions and to Congress, which are helpful. However, I've found out through experience that it's only reaching out to the senators in Congress with our counterparts, our downwinder friends, that and working with them in the House, is that they're the ones who are going to make the decision for Guam. Our delegates, believe it or not, and I hate to say this, but their hands are tied. They could only co-sponsor it. However, by our advocacy, we continue to get into the bills, and that's why we thank God. It's only through the grace of God that we're here. We keep advocating. We respect our congressmen. We respect our leaders. However, we understand the process, and we've been following the process. We've reached out to all the congressmen and women. We've reached out to the senators, and we're really blessed to be in the bills. So that's why I haven't mentioned them. And people, if you haven't voted, go out and vote. We really need a leader there in Congress, and hopefully the next congressman, whoever it is, Mike Nicholas or Underwood, we'll continue to put this on the front burner because this is a very important issue. It's going to end next year, Sabrina and Chris, and so we're hopeful.
And who specifically would be eligible? Is it everybody and anybody, or on
the
Guam?
ones who will be eligible, people on Guam from 1946 to 1962. If you were here for about 2 years, and whether you were born here or you worked here or you lived here, you were exposed to high levels of radiation from the nuclear fallout from Inuit coal, and we went ahead and proved it, and so that's who eligible. Now, the two eligibility criteria, Sabrina and Chris, is that if you were here and you have one of the 19 cancers or other diseases, then those are the only two eligibility criteria. And then what will happen is that the Health Resources Services Administration is responsible for all the grants for the clinics. What happens is that the Attorney General, through the Civil Division of the Judiciary Committee, will open up a program that all applications will be adjudicated, and then it will be up to the judge to approve or disapprove the compensation. So that's how it'll work. That's how it works in Colorado, Arizona, and Nevada, and Utah. So they'll bring those programs to Guam, and we pray that our people. And the good thing about it, Sabrina and Chris, is this: it goes down to the spouse if the individual passed away, and if both of them pass away, it goes down to children can apply. If they had can prove that their grandparents qualify, then the grandchildren can apply for the compensation. So this program is really I mean, it's open and wide, and so I appreciate what Congress did for these states, and that the people of Guam qualify for it, and that's why we continue to fight for it, Sabrina and Chris.
Right. Is there where can people go to find out more information?
Well, they could go to our website, Pacific Association Radiation Survivors website, or they can just put in Radiation Exposure Compensation Act or program. If they put in Radiation Exposure Compensation Program, they'll have all the highlights and where you could get a majority of the information.
All right. Well, thank you, Robert. I'm glad we got a chance to check in with each other. I know you've been fighting this for a long time, and hopefully we can see something, some fruition or some movement on this.
Maybe you need to run for senator,
Chris,
Robert.
Excuse me? Senator? Oh my goodness gracious! I'm good where I'm at right now, and the people of Guam are in good hands.
All right, thanks,
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, God bless.
God bless you. Robert, I made Mana Tatizas virtual, and there's butter there in the back, too, if you want to take on your way out of the Zoom room.
I didn't get that. What?
I made virtual Manhat Tatijas in the Zoom room. There's also little packets of butter if you want to take some on your way out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Take
All right, God bless.
Esta, there you go. Robert Celestial of PARS. 8:54. It's a link on the Breeze 93.9. We're just going to take a quick break, and coming up we have Nadine Sungeni to talk about COVID awareness and outreach testing with the FSM and FAS communities at 8:53. We're also going to play this message from the governor that came out yesterday, and this is about the car score. So we'll kind of go into that coming up on the link. It's the latest thing for us to try and strive for 5. We'll tell you what that means and give you the message from the governor coming up here this morning on the link. It's November 10th, Tuesday, 8:54. We're back with more next.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run, so you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Peredo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Peredo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
We're KUAM FM, Aganya, Guam. This is the link on the breeze, 93.9, Tuesday, November 10th. And the show is proudly brought to you by Dow Rent to Own, the Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, the Thrive Coalition. Good morning. 9:03 again. We'll go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from the FSM Association of Guam, Nadine Songeni and Dreama Asor here to kind of come on and talk about COVID awareness and outreach. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Rana Nib. Nadine, I'm loving that. Is that a virtual background or are you laying down on the woven mat?
It's a virtual background, but it's very tempting.
It is, right? That's my favorite place to take a nap. So we brought you on here. I know that Teresa, the consulate, had asked us to make some time to kind of get the message out, and we had I think Sam and was it Pat? I think on last week to kind of spread awareness with the rapid engagement team going on and doing testing and all that. So we got you here, and we'll just start. I'll give you the floor. Where are we at in terms of the outreach to the FAS and FSM communities on Guam, just about COVID-19?
Yeah. So we recently had a outreach at the Astumbo gym in Peredo last Saturday, and we had registered up to over 280 people. So we are waiting to get data back on how many actually showed up. But it was such a challenging task because this is us trying to reach communities that have majority of the communities we are trying to reach have less access, pure access to information being shared on the media, even social media, or even just traditional modes of communication like the phone. So it was really an effort with all the other members involved to contact or possibly drive by people's home and just, let them know what's going on or let them know some of the options or opportunities. Just because we know that there's many of our citizens that work the front lines that are at essential businesses. So they continuously need to know what options there are in terms of testing or knowing what options there are should they become positive. And so we've had 2 outreaches so far. We're, always planning to do what's the next step. So, but that's with the collaboration with the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
Right. So what was it like in this age of the COVID and, we're not supposed to be doing face-to-face. But at the end of the day, that's what it came down to, right? Was not social media, not, traditional media. It came down to going into these areas, knocking on doors, and actually talking to people, right?
Yes, most definitely. That was the biggest challenge with not only trying to combat the pandemic, but also in trying to really understand the way this virus spreads because of how we're very family oriented in trying to communicate or show our care for others. And so it's been really tricky, and we still continue to figure out different ways to not only reach out, but to share information. So even information sharing is very tricky at this point.
Right.
But definitely like being able to go on the news like here or other methods are just as helpful in the process.
Dreama?
Yes. Everything Nadine is saying is true. She mentioned about family oriented and stuff like that. That's one of the challenges we are having in trying to spread the awareness and the mandate for the pandemic and the lockdown. And I think part of it is just putting yourself out there and being supportive to how embracing that culture or orientation, and also learning to
adapt, right?
Yes, adapt and also just spread the awareness to a lot of people. Like Nadine said, the communication is tricky, but getting this information out there and people being more aware of numbers and, the changes in what the current situation is, it's helping people be more aware and be more conscious of the decisions they're making today.
Mm-hmm. And if I can add, part of what we're doing on the social media end is also the way that this information is being disseminated. So through partnerships or collaborations with the Micronesian Resource Center, who help translate these educational materials with public health or any other agency, right? So when our task, or at least with me, with social media or communications on the Facebook page, it's taking this information, but then also portraying them in the way that it's coming from a space of caring and respect, as opposed to like, here you go, take this and try to figure it out. So we do like, we've been doing some educational campaign just to be kind. And when you be kind, you're supporting others to recognize that this is a struggle that everyone is facing. And because we know the virus does not discriminate, nor should the way we help people be as discriminatory, So it's being able to like kind of look at those kind of perspectives and be able to bridge those gaps of misunderstanding or miscommunication. So that's another thing on our end we've just been trying to do with this, not only awareness campaign, but also just socially responsible and socially engaged campaigns so that people know that we're coming from this place of care
Well, it looks like you guys have been gaining ground. I mean, just this past weekend, we heard from Public Health that 170 people had turned out to get tested at the Estumbo gym. And I know that when Sam was on a week ago, I want to say, he was talking about some of the misconceptions that people are scared to come out and get tested because they feel as though if they show up, they're going to get COVID when they go to the testing site, and that if they go and they test positive, they're going to be forced to go into a government isolation facility. But just looking at the numbers with the 170 people that turned up to the testing at Estumbo, it looks like, you guys are gaining ground. So, congratulations on that. But what are some of the other things, some of the other obstacles you guys are facing in getting the word out and spreading awareness?
Right. So I can share a little bit about just even as a program coordinator at Humanities Guahan, where we do try to work with different communities, right? And one of the programs I do is the family literacy, and it's been a trend, or it's always exists that this issue with transportation. And so this is a community that continuously have this problem with transportation, and I think that's where, when public health needed to do the rapid door-to-door testing, kind of help bridge that. There was a little bit of, there were some sentiments, a little bit negative sentiments about it, but at the end, the bottom line was it reached a community that would have had a harder time to participate in these outreaches at places. Another fear, those are the main top fears, and it's not as surprising to me, because I want to say that those were the things I read on social media, nationally and locally. People, the way they were responding to going to testing, it's this fear of that's where you go and you'd actually get it, right? Especially if you feel fine. There's still confusion about being symptomatic and asymptomatic. So obviously that's also going through within our communities. Right. And so when you mix that all together, then you get people who just rather stay home, and then that's where it gets problematic when they feel like they have some symptoms, but because they're looking at a checklist, then if one doesn't check, then it's okay, I'm fine, and so it's just continuously needing to feel empowered to go get healthy or be aware. There's one thing about awareness, but there's also, at least through my perspective as a Chuquis, is being empowered to get better, because we're so used to, at least for me, growing up in the system, it's I have limited access to healthcare. So obviously I would fit one of the brackets of having underlying conditions or something, but I'm so used to not getting proper healthcare because I'm just relegated to very, small outreaches or the public health where it's, overwhelmed already with the majority population. And so those are other factors that come in, is people don't feel like they just are deserving of taking care of their health or being noticed or seen.
Nadine, let me ask you, so there was a press conference a couple weeks ago where they kind of broke down the different ethnic groups that have a high infection rate. And so the first was the Caucasians. The second was, I think the way they categorized it was FSM community or FAS citizens. But I know that it didn't have so much to do with the ethnic group, but more of a socioeconomic categorization in terms of, multi-generational households. But, and speaking with some of my friends from the FSM community, they felt kind of hurt by that data. Was that what you had found, or did you kind of unpack it in a way where it's it's about economics and not necessarily ethnicity?
I feel like that's, it's always a challenge to look at the facts versus kind of also how my own experiences. It's very related to one another. In terms of the phrase multi-generational home, I remember when the first time I heard that word, and I was helping with translating a document for public health, and it was just said that way. And for me to be able to tell people that this is a reason that there's such a high spread is because, an example is I shared it with a family member to help me translate, and I said, this is one of the reasons. They're like, are they accusing? It was coming from a place of being accused of, right? And so we're also talking about a population that continues to be stigmatized, whether in the media or in on the street. And so it's very easy to feel very further stigmatized because of those data. It is the reality, but it's also something that many people, I don't think, have control over. And that's where I want to see more. There's just so much that we want to do, but we are also learning how to, at least for me, I'm still learning how to look at all those factors and see how I can come up with some sort of plan. But definitely there were some very hurt feelings and, like a little bit that it could have been done with a little more. Well, now I'm personally speaking, so I want to just kind of keep it more broad, but yeah, there were a little sentiments like that, but it really is the reality. And if people, and you're also looking at comparing the number of FAS to the population, so that's why it's even more alarming. And I remember the first time I heard it, I was like, oh my gosh, are they saying we're the contributing factor to this? And you had to I think I listened to one press release and Dr. David did clarify that it wasn't about looking at this one ethnic group contributing, and so for me, it was very key. But all I know is if it wasn't for listening to that end part of the press conference, I wouldn't have caught that. I would have continued this assumption or perception that these are people who are contributing. And I will share, sorry, Dreama, but someone had shared, one of our community leaders shared that some of the real experiences of people going to work and being told, you should go back because all Chuquis has the virus, So that effect is just, as alarming and discouraging.
Yeah, what I took away from it too was that, I grew up in a multi-generational household, and I'm not from the FSM, so what I had taken was that it really is, there's just a whole broad community on Guam that just, obviously we're impoverished. There's many programs that are available on Guam because of the number of people we have living at and below the poverty level. What I wanted to do is maybe go back to the beginning of the pandemic. And I know that early on, public health had talked about kind of folding in FSM Association and the Consulate General in terms of translating a lot of the graphics, releases about COVID going on. Have you guys been satisfied with that effort, and are you a part of it even up to now?
Early on in the pandemic, and maybe because I have a very, I'm trying to be as helpful and involved as possible. And this is also with a full-time job and being a mom, and kids are at home, right? So I would just say that I wasn't personally, I was not happy about it, but I'm also thinking of all the other factors that are involved. Right. But as it did get more in sync, and they definitely did go to places like Micronesian Resource Center, which exists to help in that way. It seemed to get better, but when I did have that one experience of translating one document, that's where I questioned that even the interpretations of some of these texts can be very it can be very I don't know what's the right word, I'm like so lost. The wording can be, in English it makes sense, but when you try to interpret it or translate it could be very condescending, or it can be very, so at least my task was to make sure that as I'm translating it or interpreting it, it's done again from the perspective of being respectful, but also being, caring. Right. And that's for me, that it takes a lot more time to do that. It was just like a page, and it took me almost more than a day, just so that I want to make sure that I'm translating it in the way that when people read it or receive it, they're not being accused, or they're not being, not condescending. Right.
But lost in translation, I think, is the
lost
term.
In translation, exactly.
Right, yeah. And because it's so Western, these are like Western ideals, and then when you try it, you can't just superimpose it over our island lifestyle, right? That's why a lot of what they try and tell us is, oh, it's our culture, it's preying on our culture. So yeah, definitely see the challenges there. What about further outreach? And do we know anything about maybe the rapid engagement team? We've heard some things that they might be heading out into other neighborhoods. Do you guys know anything about that?
No, and people from the consulate couldn't make it on this morning because they just, I'll put a plug in for them. They just reopened their office, so they're open for curbside with appointments only. Wow. And so they would be better suited to answer this. But from what I know, we are engaged with public health to plan more outreaches, and it seems like rapid door-to-door is on the table to discuss. So it's a matter of being able to utilize those resources and maximize those resources. So even on our end, we gotta, make sure that we're that's factored in. But also the reality of the communities that we continue to help, And so I can't stress that enough. Like we, on our end of the association, we could try 110%, but because of existing issues and factors, there's still going to be a low turnout rate. And we're just trying our best, and we hope that more people are aware of that and they feel more comfortable in reaching out to us and letting us know what exactly are those issues so that we can kind of put it together in a way that we have an action plan to address those issues. Because there's things that we hear, like that people direct at us, like, those fears, things that Sam mentioned. So, personally, like I've had to talk to people just in depth about like, okay, if you do this, do that, or if this happens to you, we're here for you. And it kind of encourages more people to be, to take action for themselves, to go get tested, or to not feel like there'll be consequences for taking care of themselves. Right, like that's another thing,
Well, I know we spoke with Janella from Public Health yesterday, and she was mentioning that the next deployment of the rapid engagement team, they're eyeing Peredo, and they're in discussions with the mayor there. So once we get information, we'll let you know. Or if you get information, let us know.
Yeah, I'm always for collaboration. I mean, if all these different agencies, if they do similar work, why not come together to execute it or implement it, as opposed to like, and that's where I come in too, is from a nonprofit perspective, is that collaboration really is key to implementation and even strengthening what our objectives.
Yes, and I think the more we spread in this communication and information, it makes this abnormalcy be more normal for everyone, and it kind of alleviates or eases the fear to a certain degree. And I mean, I've had people come to me in confusion saying, what is this with the high rise or spread in the Chuukese community, and it further confusion in why is the Chuukese population separated from the FAS count. And it's just a matter of letting them know, like, when you further isolate the Chuukese numbers from the FAS count, that number will be higher because it's a smaller population ratio. Right. So yeah,
this is kind of a not really random and totally relevant, but have you guys heard from Cass Nakamura? Because I'd spoken to the wife a few weeks back, and she said that he was, and she allowed me to share the information that he was hospitalized, COVID. Have you heard from him? Is he doing okay? Is there anything you can tell us?
Yes, he's posting on Facebook every day now, praising God.
Okay. Woo! All right, good. Because I tried to call him.
Yes.
I think you can send him a friend request.
I don't even really go around Facebook that much, but okay. Okay, now I will. All right. Well, that's good.
I will add though, like, it's so helpful, and it's so also, it just feels so good to be able to be who we are, look the way we are, that we do, and then be talking like this as we're trying to combat this pandemic, and even the perceptions that come with this pandemic. Because I remember when kind of looking at some of the press conferences, and And I remember feeling one of the presentations, I was like, I've never heard Trickies like said or expressed like 10 times in one sentence. And I remember thinking like, but they've never also mentioned how Trickies are also, you know, helping in this battle.
Right.
And it definitely makes a difference if there was some mention that FSM Association, you know, at a more visible point of view,
right.
That we're helping in that. And so there was another post that we did just to kind of bring that awareness that there are so many FAS or Micronesians who are helping in different capacities.
Right. Yeah.
And it makes such a difference when a person like me listens to the news and we're told we see it in this light, and if there's no recognition of the people also involved in that same battle, then it can be discouraging and disheartening. So
You're right.
I really appreciate this opportunity to talk in this manner, that we're just not, you know, the issue. We're part of the solution. Right.
Yeah, I think that's important, because when you only hear half of the story, the natural thought for a lot of people is to say, hey, well, what are they doing to help themselves? Or, you know, they. So it's definitely good to show that you guys are out here. You know, Zori on the ground, knocking on doors. You know what I mean? And just so we've just had so many people from the FAS, FSM communities on the show. I mean, even way back when it was containing COVID. So we know that definitely you guys have been on the front lines of the outreach. And just also when we talk about essential businesses, I mean, these restaurants open, who do you guys think is cooking your lunch? You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah. So
I mean, so definitely front line all the way.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for coming on.
Thank you guys for having us. We so appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right. You got our number. You got our Zoom link. Jump in anytime, Kay. If we're doing another rapid engagement team deployment, if you want to come on, just shoot us a text and we'll get you right on, Kay?
All right. Thank you so much.
We're going to let you off without the slam poetry, but next time I want a little slam poetry, okay? Okay, make sure. Right. Okay, we'll see you, Dreama. Thank you. Nadine, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so.
Oh, we got snacks for him.
Oh, we do. We have virtual mana tatizas.
Oh,
Coconut,
awesome.
yeah, there's some butter there, guys. Take it easy on the butter, though, okay? Yeah. Come back. We'll have Tanala Kutney. I'll make it for you, okay? Okay.
Thanks, Nadine.
I never thought about Tanala Kutney for breakfast, Jay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Dreama.
Have you guys ever gone to like a friend's house, a relative's house, or something like that?
No, I never have gone to a friend's house or a relative's house.
When it was safe to do so.
Yeah.
When you were young. And they would give you something either for a meal or a snack or something like that you never had before, and you wound up like liking it. I mean, I had fish and ketchup and rice for breakfast.
The thing that I had when I went to a friend's house that I never tried was it might have been like bagel bites. Something Americanized like that.
Oh, those are the best. That was probably my house.
Yeah. Okay. You good?
Bagel bite pizza rolls for breakfast?
Right.
Oh,
I mean, my friends, I mean, they weren't even rich, but I was like, dude, they're rich. They're eating bagel bites. Or what do they call the little, it's like pizza inside, but it's like, what do you call that thing?
Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets. The little ones.
Oh.
It's like a square
pizza
dough.
rolls.
Pizza rolls.
Oh, yeah. Gino's pizza rolls. And if I can share a story, Bree, your mom makes amazing beef jerky.
Yeah, I put in an order over the weekend.
Thank you.
I mean, she makes it. Can you say from scratch when you do that kind of thing? But I mean, she
puts it in the dehydrator.
Yeah,
she seasons it first, and then she lets that soak up all the. Oh my gosh!
Anything that's got a lot of.
Bree went to go see her parents one time, and she came back and she goes, "Hey guys, like my mom wanted me because when her moms visited us, like she's the sweetest woman, and then she goes, she wanted you guys to like have some of this, and we're like, oh, what's this?" I mean, beef jerky, and this isn't the kind when you open, like you have to tear the little pouch, and then you got like that little Japanese packet with the
do not eat.
I mean, this was about as fresh as you can get, and I was like, oh, does your mom make any kind of other kinds of like? Does she jerk like other types of like meat? Like there's bison. There's
just the beef.
What other types of meat does your mom jerk?
Just the beef jerky.
Yeah,
just the beef jerky. Okay.
It's really, really good.
Man,
every time I see
she's
it,
gonna call in the show. And T-lick, you guys.
It's the way
Virtually
Jason.
T-lick
It's
your
the way
ears.
Jason asked the question. You know?
No.
Never put jerk meat and someone's mom in the same sentence.
We're about to fight.
Yeah. Okay. It's 9:30, guys. I have a confession to make.
Oh boy.
I haven't had any fast food since the pandemic started.
No, that's incorrect.
No, it's true. It's true.
I bought you some fast food.
No, that was pre-COVID, man.
No, I think
no, it was. Trust me. But yesterday I had a chicken sandwich from Burger King.
Which are good.
It was good.
Wait, did you have the one which is like
spicy
long?
one? No,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had the spicy one.
Because my favorite is the one that's long. It
I
looks
know
like
that's
a
the one you
sub.
like. Yep, you like the one that's long. We just
Man,
get
what
out-
the hell's going
I
on
don't
in the
even know
show?
what's going on here.
What
the
kind
hell?
of coffee did
I'm
DJ
just
Joser? What kind of
9:30.
coffee did you make today?
It's 9:30, but I just brought that
I
up.
need coffee. Do you guys like my cup?
Yeah, check it out.
Oh wait, we gotta get a shot of that, Joser.
She's got a Mandalorian cup.
Yoda Obi-Wan for me.
Get it? Yoda Obi-Wan for me.
Wait, let's get a shot of that. No. Baby Yoda.
Doesn't that remind you of Gizmo Gremlins?
Oh, yeah.
Baby
A little
Yoda?
bit.
Yeah.
I even got the doll. That's
Yeah.
There are millions of people who have the doll, and I've seen those. I see that all the time on TikTok. They are like,
That's $1 million doll. I read something about Mandalorian. The Baby Yoda cost $1 million to make or something.
to make.
I think that's what I read.
okay, wait, I haven't seen any
I
of
don't
the
know.
Mandal.
I saw it at the store and it was the last one, and I just grabbed it, sprayed it with alcohol. It's like, you're coming home.
Oh man, was there anybody else like in the vicinity where you guys like both trying to grab it at the same time? Because I feel sorry for that person.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
like
you should.
This is like
I feel sorry for
basically Tickle Me Elmo and Furbies and everything times
But for
10.
grown-ups, yeah.
If someone's
Right.
gonna get between you and baby.
I bet
Baby
your
Yoda.
boy Brock was like, "Oh, mom, you got." No, I didn't. This is for mom.
For real.
9:31. But why I brought up Burger King was because they jumped on the show here and they're sponsoring this great segment we have called Cover Me, where I get to pick a local artist and song that is a cover. Okay, and so thank you guys, Burger King, for jumping on with this. It's 9:32. They've just been partners with us in so many great ways for years. They sponsored Live Local Fridays. They'd always, drop Burger King on Fridays, so we'd always be able to feed the bands and the musicians. So they've really made a years-long commitment to supporting local music and artists on Guam. So I'm just so thankful that they jumped on here.
And you know what's another factoid about Burger King? You guys know they're. I tried to get him on the show. It was either the beginning of this year or the end of last year. But the GM, right, Rudolph Rodolfo.
Right.
30 years on the job. I remember when Burger King came back to Guam, because remember, Burger King was here. This was OG, right? Long time ago. They were at what's now Denny's in Tamuning. That was the first Burger King. And then they came back in 89. And then they were up in Upper Tumon, which, as luck would have it, is now Rotary Sushi. But when they came back, I remember, and they did so much stuff. They reached out to all the schools and they said, you guys can come over here and have fundraisers, have car washes. We got this big spacious parking lot. We volunteered when I was in ROTC to do haunted houses at their office and everything like that. But yeah, their GM, 30 years, same job. And he even gets behind the fryer. He does. I mean, he'll go over there and he'll ring up orders and everything like that. Dude, workaholic.
That's my favorite kind of boss. A boss
Really
who
nice guy.
doesn't ask you to do something they can't do.
Yeah.
Yeah. 9:33.
Wait, what'd you eat?
I ate the spicy chicken. I forget what exactly you call it, but it's a chicken breast. There's bread. There's lettuce. There's mayo. It's a little bit pica.
I was gonna
freaking
say
good.
when it comes to pica, you are kind of like
Yeah.
our resident
I mean, it was
expert.
either that or a Whopper Junior, but I gave up eating rice until Thanksgiving, so I was like, I'm gonna have me a fried chicken. Yeah.
We love fried chicken.
Okay, where does it rate on your pica? Because you make your own Denancy,
It was
so you know
yeah,
pica.
it was not Denancy, but it was it was American spicy. Right under maybe like Tabasco, 2 notches under Tabasco. But again, you're not going there to set your mouth on fire. You just want a little kick in it.
Would you have it with bagel bites? Or?
I had it. It was great. I actually want another one. So thank you, Burger King, and this edition of Cover Me, bringing you this great cover. This is what Bree's one of her favorites. It's a cover of In Case You Didn't Know. I forget who's the original artist. Some country guy.
Yeah.
We've only mentioned it like 9,000 times.
Right. So it's Micronation as the local artist. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, right here on the link.
Count the times, wanna
the other day. I wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know. Second glass of wine got me thinking. Ooh, there's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. You didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
There you go. That's today's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. We do it Tuesdays and Thursdays on the link, 9:37. Let's take a look at news now here on November 10th. Again, the link proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, the Thrive Coalition, and Burger King. With the very latest from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Mantonani. Good morning.
Off it, everybody. According to the latest Joint Information Center report released around 2 o'clock this morning, out of 958 samples taken between Friday last week and Sunday, 240 returned positive for COVID-19. 135 cases were identified through contact tracing, and clusters in congregating living settings were identified. 7 cases were reported recent travel from the U.S. mainland and were identified in quarantine. Guam's current COVID case count is 5,473 people that have been infected with the virus since March. There have been 90 deaths. 1,729 people are actively fighting coronavirus, while more than 3,600 people have recovered. A total of 75 COVID patients are hospitalized. 70 of them are at GMH, 15 receiving ICU level of care there. 11 are on a ventilator. At GRMC, there's 1 COVID patient, and at Naval Hospital, there are 4. 3 in ICU, 1 on a ventilator. With more news, here is Peter Santos.
Afre, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. More than 300 H2 workers at Black Construction have tested positive for the COVID virus. The company held a joint news conference with Public Health today to announce that its entire foreign labor workforce is now under quarantine. Officials also explained current efforts to contain the infections. Here's more.
The company's medical advisor, Dr. Hoa Wen, says they believe the first case was a local worker who tested positive about 2 weeks ago. Over the weekend, more than 500 H2 laborers were tested and 312 came back positive. Black Construction Senior Vice President and General Manager Leonard Ka'ai.
What we've done at the recommendation of Dr. Nguyen is we've identified specific people that need to be isolated, and we're isolating anywhere from 4 to 6 individuals per room who are basically positive. And so we're able to isolate them on one barracks on the 2nd floor.
Most of the workers remain asymptomatic, although one was said to be hospitalized. Ka'ai sought to reassure the public that since the pandemic started in March, the H2 workers have been very restricted in their movement, so community spread from them is not likely.
They're allowed to go to work and come back to the barracks and not receive any visitors and not leave the barracks. So since then, these H2s have been locked down. We have 24/7 security with utilizing G4S. And we've notified all of our neighbors of the current situation. So we keep a close eye on these H2s. So to answer your question specifically, no one is allowed to leave the barracks.
Public Health Director Art San Augustine is encouraging similar transparency from all companies.
It's really what we're asking all the private businesses to engage with us. Should you have a positive, we're here to work with you. We're here to move our island forward, and so that we too, as a community, can move forward collectively.
Several hundred more people still need to be tested out of a total of 1,300 personnel, including employees, subcontractors, and vendors. Black, which is the primary contractor for several multi-million-dollar projects, has ceased operations until it can clear all the workers.
Another employee has tested positive for COVID at the Port Authority of Guam. This brings the total of positive cases at the port to 20 employees. Port General Manager Rory Respicio says 13 port employees have been identified as potentially exposed and will be tested today. Out of the 20 employees with positive cases at the port, 17 of them have returned to regular work status. Sadly, the Port Strong family is still mourning the loss of one of their own, Henry St. Nicholas, who passed away last week. Respicio says they are consistently deep cleaning and sanitizing and are doing everything to keep their employees and tenants safe. Public safety officials, including police, firefighters, and corrections officers, work under more stressful conditions than other government workers and should get different consideration for their retirement plan. Senator Jose Pito Terlahi has introduced a bill authorizing $75,000 to conduct a study on enhanced benefits. The legislation states that public safety officers live an average of 6 years less, and one of the purposes is to allow them to retire at an earlier age. Fire Service Specialist A.T. St. Nicholas testified in support of the bill.
Undermining the other government of Guam employees from different agencies. But because of the stress that's put on all law enforcement, we have to do something as far as retirement because of the work we do. We've seen people with medical ailments in this department, also besides having heart conditions, diabetes, hypertension, and all other illnesses. Okay, but it has a factor when we start performing our duty. Okay, regardless of what, we still have to respond.
The study will also review the fiscal impact to the retirement fund of allowing additional employee contributions by peace officers to allow for earlier retirement ages without penalty. The deadline for the study is within 10 days of the end of the fiscal year 2021, which would be by January 10th. That's all the news for now. We'll see you at 6.
The Guam Police Department is seeking help from the community in locating 27-year-old Michael Jose Castro. It was on Sunday, November 8th, when his mother filed a missing persons complaint. Michael was last seen on October 29th and was seen operating a beige 2013 Lexus bearing GLP BR 2703. If you or anyone else has any information about his whereabouts, you're asked to call dispatch at 472-8911 or 475-8615. Information can also be submitted anonymously at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris are at work as they begin to put in place the people and policies needed to take over the reins of the government on January 20th. Skylar Henry reports.
President-elect Joe Biden received a briefing from his newly named Coronavirus Advisory Board.
And then he addressed the news Pfizer's COVID vaccine has been successful and is on pace for approval this year.
It's clear that this vaccine, even if approved, will not be widely available for many months yet to come.
Mr. Biden called for Americans to unite following the contentious election in the name of public health.
It doesn't matter your party, your point of view. We could save tens of thousands of lives if everyone would just wear a mask for the next few months.
CBS News has learned the Biden administration will have a series of executive orders ready to sign on day one. The orders are expected to rescind a travel ban on several Muslim-majority countries, reinstate the DACA program, and rejoin the World Health Organization and Paris Climate Agreement. However, the government agency that helps start the formal transition process has yet to sign the letter needed to provide office space and funding. GSA Administrator Emily Murphy, a President Trump appointee, says the election has not yet been decided. President Trump is currently not planning to concede the race. He is mounting challenges in the courts and the court of public opinion. CBS News has confirmed the Trump campaign plans to file more lawsuits. The president plans to publish obituaries for people who allegedly voted but are dead.
They've been losing every case that has been brought post-election, the Trump campaign has. And so it does appear it might be more of a PR stunt than it is an actual cohesive legal theory.
Supporters held rallies this weekend, claiming the election is being stolen from President Trump. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House. The White House.
President Trump announcing on Twitter that he's terminated Defense Secretary Mark Esper, replaced by Christopher Miller, director of the National Counterterrorism Center. The announcement came about 5 months after he and his Pentagon chief had a public breakover how to handle civil unrest in America's cities. Mark Esper has been terminated, Trump tweeted. I would like to thank him for his service. 6 more GDOE employees have tested positive for COVID. These cases were identified at Weddingale Elementary School and Jose Rios Middle School, with 2 cases each identified at Finneguin Elementary School and Aguada Johnston Middle School. 3 of these cases were identified through contact tracing efforts. Meanwhile, there's new phone numbers for the GovGuam Isolation Facility. COVID patients in need of urgent isolation can now call public health directly for transport to the isolation facility. You can call from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 311, option 1. Then from 8 p.m. to 8 o'clock in the morning, call 998-4512. Governor Lulian Gross says we have reached a critical point in our fight against COVID, and the state of our island is still fragile. But she issued a call to action that could pave the way for a much better celebration of the upcoming holiday season. Nestor Locanto reports.
I am calling on each of you to strive for 5.
In a special message on social media, the governor explained that 5 is the COVID area risk score that we need to get to. The CAR score measures such things as the incidence of new cases, how well the testing is able to identify these cases, and the rate of spread. Currently, our CAR score is 9.8, almost double where she wants us to be.
If we achieve a CAR score of 5 or less for the next few weeks, then I will be inclined to lift additional social gathering restrictions.
So far, mitigation has included deploying a rapid engagement team in high-risk areas, working with FSM leaders in helping that hard-hit community, an increase in testing to an average of 600 a day, messaging to focus on inter-household and workplace spread, and an increase in public awareness of deaths and hospital overflow. But the governor says if we want to enjoy a better holiday season, everyone needs to do their part.
We all want to go back to normal, but we must be able to demonstrate with concrete actions that we are responsible, we are accountable, we are willing to contribute to this fight. If we achieve this goal as soon as possible and sustain it through Thanksgiving, then we can experience some semblance of normalcy during the Christmas season and beyond.
But a CAR score of 5 does not mean we'll be out of the woods yet. She says to fully suppress the virus, we need to be at 2.5 or less, where we were back in summer.
Going up for a public hearing today, the measure was introduced by Senator Kelly Marsh Taitano, which would establish the Guam Intra-Regional Commerce Commission. According to the senator, the bill would capitalize on Guam's lengthy history of reciprocal intra-regional relationships which have been a part of the region's traditional approach to surviving and thriving within the Mariana Islands, Southeast Asia, and Micronesia. Also going up for a public hearing at this morning is Bill 299. The legislation aims to update fees, impoundment, licensure requirements, and mandating microchips for licensed pets. According to the bill, no person shall own a pet unless it is registered and licensed with the Department of Agriculture and implanted with a pet identifier microchip by a licensed veterinarian that shall be registered in a pet registry or controlled database. And just a reminder that in-office voting is underway at the Guam Election Commission this week from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. No appointments are necessary. Masks are mandatory. Bring an ID and a black pen. For more information, go to gec.guam.gov. And that's your news.
Thank you, Bree. And so the governor released this car score thing, and we're going to go ahead and play her car score address here for hopefully more clarity. On the link again, it's 9:50. Good morning, the governor of Guam.
My dear people of Guam, this has been a long road, and we are now at a critical point in our fight against COVID-19. This virus hears no cries, sees no tears, and is willing to consume every measure of air we breathe. Today, we are experiencing the devastating consequences this virus has shown us. Overwhelmed hospitals, strained nurses, exhausted doctors, isolated families, and too many precious lives lost and whose loved ones are left to grieve. As your governor, it is my duty to report to you that given the rise in positive cases and increase in hospitalizations, the state of our island is fragile. As your governor, it is my responsibility to lead and to set a new course in our response to this health crisis. 2 weeks ago, I said every resource we have is working to contain COVID-19, to slow and stop its deadly spread, and that continues to be true. To stop the rise of COVID-19 cases, we executed 5 actions. 1. Deploying the rapid engagement team in subdivisions most vulnerable for COVID-19 spread. 2. Working directly with FSM community leaders and have them involved in our outreach efforts. 3. Increased our daily testing to an average of over 600 tests per day. 4. Shifting our messaging to focus on spread within and between households, spread at workplaces, and please to avoid eating with people not in your household. And 5, increase public awareness of increasing deaths and hospital census overflow. With these 5 actions, we have seen an overall downward trend for daily new cases over the past 13 days and test positivity rates for the past 19 days. However, both are still dangerously high. But in that same special address, I also said that you, the people of Guam, are the solution. Your choices, your commitment, and your tireless vigilance are the only way this will end. And this remains true as well. As your governor, I will continue to do whatever I can to end this pandemic. But I need your help. Several months ago, we introduced the COVID Area Risk Score, also known as the CAR score. We utilized this score to determine the risk of travelers introducing the virus from their point of origin, and it was effective at calculating that risk. To aid in our response efforts, we have updated the CAR score to take into account our incidence of new cases, how well our testing is able to identify these cases, and the rate of spread. At the time of this recording, our CAR score is 9.8. This means that viral transmission within our community is high. Under normal circumstances, we would be using this time to prepare for Thanksgiving and Christmas, gathering with our friends and families. We can still celebrate these holidays. It's not impossible. If we achieve a CAR score of 5 or less for the next few weeks, then I will be inclined to lift additional social gathering restrictions. This is entirely possible if we all do our part, wearing our masks, practicing social distancing, being extra cautious around those not in our household, and staying home as much as possible. But a CAR score of 5 does not mean we are out of the woods just yet. To fully suppress COVID, we will need to be below a score of 2.5 like we were for a majority of summer. We all want to go back to normal, but we must be able to demonstrate with concrete actions that we are responsible, we are accountable, we are willing to contribute to this fight. If we achieve this goal as soon as possible and sustain it through Thanksgiving, then we can experience some semblance of normalcy during the Christmas season and beyond. I am calling on each of you to strive for 5, to maintain a CAR score of 5 or under for the next few weeks. We do this by wearing our mask, watching our distance, washing our hands, and having the will to do it. My dear people of Guam, we all have a role to play in fighting COVID-19, and our vigilance cannot waver. We have overcome every adversity we have been faced with, and this pandemic should be no different. We can get through this together.
And that was Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, a special address she delivered yesterday, posted on social media, related to this new CAR. Well, it's not necessarily new, but this CAR score. We're going to have Crystal Paco on Thursday, along with Dr. Felix Cabrera, to kind of go through this, what this all means.
Yeah.
Because I'm a little bit confused.
I am thinking that they should have told us what it means before they announced it.
Right. I mean, well, they did post what is CAR score.
Yeah,
so.
I know. Well, here we are
We're still
wondering
trying
what
to
the hell is a
digest,
CAR
yeah.
score. Yeah. And I get it. I feel like, the governor had to kind of come out and, say something, do something maybe. But I just wasn't really clear what to make of that video. But I guess my takeaway was that if we all be good boys and girls and get our CAR score down to a 5, then we get to have Christmas.
Or the easing of more restrictions.
Right. But what other restrictions are there to ease? I feel like this is PCOR 4 out here. Look, doesn't even look like we're not in any restrictions.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
I
see it too.
And I also feel like, why would we strive for 5 when, in her own words, she said that 5 just isn't good enough, that we actually need to strive for like 2.5. And I want to go back to when they had come up with all these different parameters to move from PCOR 1 to PCOR 2, and they said, hey, if we do this, we do this, we do this, only then will we be able to ease things up. But what ended up happening? That's not what happened. Instead, they changed the rules in the middle of the game, and they gave us this modified PCOR fun. And so what I took away from the governor's message was that it's on us now. I mean, it's always been on us because we're the community, but it almost seems like she's passing the buck to us. Like, hey, you guys are on your own. You want to have Christmas? You better do what you got to do and get this CAR score down. But we'll see you Thursday, and we're going to explain what the CAR score is.
No, I mean, that's pretty consistent with everything we've heard from public health, that at the end of the day, it really is about what we do and the decisions that we make, and people just gallivanting all over the place.
Yeah, but I also feel like we need stronger leadership. I mean, we can't just we're doing the same thing. It's not working. This is not, whatever this is not working. So how is continuing to do this going to save Christmas? I just don't get it. There has to be some kind of tightening or some kind of, I know they're working on the enforcement, but it's just frustrating because this is not, and what I get from the government of Guam and our elected leaders is that this is acceptable. 240 positives, 75 people in the hospital, 16 in ICU, 90 deaths. This is all acceptable. These are acceptable losses. because we're being kept at this level of PCOR, whatever you want to call it, because it's not PCOR 1. So that's how I look at it. I look at it like the government of Guam is saying, like, oh, this is okay. Yeah, 90 people dying, hospital's full, ICU, that's fine. Just keep on. So it's just frustrating because, and if you talk to people out there, they understand the seriousness. The people I talk to understand the seriousness of the virus, but if you look around, but again, it's only because you can. Like, if you give the people of Guam an inch, it's human nature. They're going to take a mile, and they're going to keep on going. And that's what we have now, is rampant community spread. Spreading from people at home, they go to work, spreading there. It's just everywhere. So I just don't understand how continuing to do the same thing is going to change anything. What is that, Bree?
It is what it is.
And we'll just end on that note. We're here for you. We're going to be consistent, though. We've consistently said, wear your mask, stay home, wash your hands. And we're just going to keep saying those things. So maybe we're just as bad because we keep saying the same thing, and here we are. So that's the latest. I feel like it's the carrot, right? They want us to chase this car score thing that, I don't even know what the hell makes up a car score. And this car score, they brought it out, what was it, like a couple months ago?
Yeah, when they were talking about the
Travel.
new quarantine
Right,
protocols and things like that. And that's what I tried to go back and look at.
Right.
Where is this car score coming from? Because in the address, it wasn't like real specific.
Yeah,
It was
because
just-
I think they're operating from a place where they're assuming that we're all in and we all know what a car score is. And I could just see them in this meeting like, let's bring the car score back. I got it. How about strive for 5? Woo, that's a winner. Run it, print it. Get graphics on that. But it's a little more complicated than just a nifty message, a cute Carabao or a strive for 5. I just feel like that none of that stuff's working because we put out a message and then 3 weeks later someone comes up with something else and then they put that out. It just has to be consistent. The message is, anybody will tell you in advertising and marketing, you got to have a consistent message.
Well, Thursday, we will have Dr. Cabrera, Crystal, Pacos, and Augustine kind of break this down with this new messaging and
Car score.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with what kind of car you drive.
Yeah.
Okay?
I had a headache just trying to figure it out yesterday, and I just said, you know what, I'm just going to wait.
And I know I'm critical, but I don't even think it's even that. I think anybody with common sense watches this video, and it's just confusing. First of all, it's confusing to tell us that we need to achieve this mythical car score of 5. And then you turn around and tell us, oh, we need to get the car score 5. And then, maybe you guys can have Christmas and you can do your white elephant, and everyone can go Christmas caroling and they go shopping. And then out of the other side of your mouth, you're going to say, but car score 5 is still really bad. We actually need to go to car score 2.5. So why not just make it strive for 2.5? Or,
I was still trying to get used to the P course. So
Yeah.
I don't.
Are we still doing the P core, or are they throwing the P core out? How about like car score 3, then you're free? Oh, I'm always...
Print it. It's cute.
It's printed. Car score 1, you're still the one. No, that's taken. Oh, sorry. Okay. That was from someone messaged me on my Instagram. Hey, it's 10:03. Yeah, thank God we have this sense of humor and this sarcasm, because God, I'd probably be institutionalized if I didn't. Woo, boy. So, guys, guess what? No link for breakfast tomorrow. We're off. Yeah, we're observing Veterans Day, like you guys should be doing. We're going to stay home, and we're going to meditate on getting our car score down, okay? I'm confused. I don't know. Is that like a credit score? My credit score is down already. All right. And then when we come back Thursday morning, we're going to unpack the car score thing and just do a regular show. And, hopefully we can head into the weekend knowing what a car score is and all the factors that go into determining it. But stay tuned, guys, because today we got word from the Adeleu Press Secretary, Crystal, Pacos, and Augustine, that the car score of 9.8 that the governor just talked about, that's not even the new car score. There's a new car score out.
They're going to be putting the car scores on the Joint Information Center releases. It's just one more thing that kind of have to
keep track of.
Yeah, and understand.
Do you guys get it? I don't know. Put something in the comments and we'll look at it later for Thursday. But do you get this whole car score thing?
Yeah, if you do, please break it down for us and just.
I just get that it's some kind of, they put these numbers I don't know. I just feel like it's a way for them, maybe politically, to save Christmas and to say like, hey, we told you guys, don't blame us that you didn't get Christmas. Told you very clearly that we have to strive for 5, even though 5 is not good enough. We actually need to strive for 2.5, but that didn't really roll off the tongue the same way and didn't look good on a t-shirt. So it is what it is. There you go. The best way to describe it. It's 10:05. The show's been proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, Thrive for 5. Oh, wow, I like that. Burger King, the Calvo Enterprises, and Carrier at 647 Cool. Joe, Sir, Jason. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris.
Your car score is 10. Oh, wait, no, that's bad. It's a reverse. So normally on the scale 1 to 10, you're like 10. Yeah, we're winning. No, this is backwards. 9.8, Bob, and on a 9.8. That's not good. We want to get to 5, but even 5 is not good. So we actually really want to go, we want to punch through 5 and go to 2.5. But I just say, hey, get it down to 0, and you are a hero. I need to get into marketing, man. 10:06. Okay, so that's it. They're done. We're done before they come take us away. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job.
I mean, I'm actually not done. I could just keep
burst through the doors.
I could
go home.
All right, you guys have a great Veterans Day. Make sure you guys thank a veteran. I try and do that every year on Veterans Day, and we'll leave you with let's go play this Joe Guam, dude. Yeah. Proud to be a Guamanian. Okay, my buddy Joe Guam. November 10th, Tuesday episode of The Link. Hope you guys liked it. All right. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. And Joe.
Bye.
We were born and raised a big part of a village family. Our kids were taught.